This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get chills thinking about last Black Friday. I live in Westridge, this small town where everyone usually knows everyone, which is why what happened freaked me out so badly. My buddy Sam and I had been planning our Black Friday strategy for weeks. We both needed new laptops, and Best Buy was advertising this insane deal, like 60% off some really decent gaming laptops. After stuffing ourselves with turkey at our family's Thanksgiving dinners, we met up around 9 in the evening to stake our claim at Best Buy. The temperature had dropped to like 30 degrees that night, and I remember my hands going numb as we set up our folding chairs near the entrance. We were lucky to be among the first 50 people there. By 10:30, the line behind us had grown into the hundreds. People were wrapped around the building, some with blankets, others jumping up and down to stay warm. There was this weird mix of excitement and tension in the air, everyone eyeing each other, probably wondering who was after the same limited items. Sam kept checking the online ad on his phone, making sure we knew exactly where to head once the doors opened. Straight to electronics, left side, third aisle, he kept repeating. I remember laughing at how serious he was, but honestly, I was just as amped up. At 11:30, store employees started handing out numbered tickets for the big-ticket items. We both got tickets for the laptops, which was a massive relief. I could finally breathe knowing we wouldn't leave empty-handed. The crowd behind us was getting louder and more restless by the minute. When midnight finally struck, the doors opened and everything turned into absolute chaos. The orderly line we'd been in for hours instantly transformed into this frantic mass of bodies all pushing forward. Someone elbowed me hard in the ribs and another person stepped on my foot. Despite having tickets, Sam and I practically ran to the laptop section, afraid they might somehow run out before we got there. We made it to the laptops and each grabbed our boxes. There were only like 15 of them total, and they were gone within seconds. I remember this sweaty guy right behind me cursing because he was one person too late. I felt bad for him, but also relieved it wasn't me. After securing our laptops, Sam wanted to check out the TV deals on the other side of the store. The place was absolute madness. People shoving past each other, arms loaded with merchandise, store associates looking completely overwhelmed. We had to navigate through this sea of bodies, holding our laptop boxes above our heads to avoid them getting damaged. That's when it happened. I felt this hard tug on my laptop box. At first, I thought I had just bumped into someone, but when I turned around, this guy, maybe 5'7", dark hair, probably in his 30s, was literally trying to pull the box out of my hands. "Hey, what the hell?" I shouted, pulling back. We had this brief tug of war right there in the middle of the store. He didn't say anything, just gave this weird smile and let go when I yanked harder. Then he just disappeared into the crowd like nothing happened. I told Sam about it and he just shrugged it off. People get crazy on Black Friday, man. But something about that guy's smile made my skin crawl. It wasn't embarrassment or shame. It was almost like amusement, like he was playing some sort of game. We continued pushing through the chaos toward the TV section. Sam found the model he wanted, but there was no way we could carry a TV along with our laptops, so he decided to come back for it later. As we headed toward checkout, I felt someone brush against me from behind, and my laptop box shifted again. I spun around, and it was the same damn guy. This time, he had his hand firmly on the box, like he was about to snatch it if I loosened my grip even slightly. "Dude, what's your problem?" I confronted him, holding my box tight against my chest. He laughed, this weird, unsettling laugh, and held up his hands. "Just joking around, man. Black Friday spirit, you know." Then he backed away and vanished into the crowd again. By this point, I was seriously disturbed. I grabbed Sam's arm. "That same guy just tried to take my laptop again." Sam finally looked concerned. "For real? Where is he now?" I scanned the crowd, but couldn't spot him. "I don't know. Let's just check out and get out of here." The checkout lines were ridiculously long, snaking through the store. We stood there for almost 45 minutes, constantly looking over our shoulders. Every few minutes I thought I caught glimpses of that dark-haired guy hovering nearby, but in the packed store, it was hard to be sure. Sam and I took turns holding both laptops while the other one went to grab a couple of cheaper items we wanted: phone chargers, a game, stuff like that. After finally paying, we headed out into the parking lot. It was around 1:30 in the morning by then, and the night had gotten even colder. The parking lot was fully lit, but still felt eerie with people rushing to and from their cars with carts full of merchandise. As we walked through the exit, I spotted him again, the dark-haired guy. He was leaving the store empty-handed, looking around like he was searching for someone. When his eyes locked with mine, my stomach dropped. He immediately changed direction and started walking toward us. "Sam, that's him," I muttered, "and he's coming this way." "Where did you park?" Sam asked, picking up his pace. "Far corner near the edge," I replied, mentally kicking myself for arriving late enough that we had to park so far away. We started walking faster, weaving between parked cars. I kept glancing back, and sure enough, the guy was following us, maintaining the same pace, never letting us get too far ahead. He wasn't even trying to be subtle about it anymore. "What the hell does this guy want?" Sam whispered. "It's just a laptop." "I don't know, but I don't like it," I replied, fumbling for my keys as we approached my car. We reached my car, an old Honda Civic, and I quickly unlocked it. We threw our bags and the laptop boxes in the back seat, and I hurried around to the driver's side. As I was about to get in, I looked up and froze. The guy was standing about 20 feet away, just watching us. He wasn't approaching anymore, just staring. Under the orange glow of the parking lot lights, his face looked hollow, his eyes dark pits. I got in and locked my door immediately. Sam did the same. I put the key in the ignition but didn't start the car yet. "What is he doing?" I asked, watching through the windshield. "Just standing there," Sam replied, his voice tense. "Start the car, man. Let's go." I turned the key and the engine rumbled to life, but when I put it in reverse and looked behind me, my blood went cold. The guy had positioned himself directly behind my car, blocking our exit. I couldn't reverse without hitting him. "What the fuck?" Sam exclaimed. "Is he insane?" For what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two, the guy just stood there, staring at us. He didn't move, didn't speak, didn't gesture, just stood there with that same unsettling smile. I honked once, briefly, hoping he'd move. He didn't budge. Sam rolled down his window just a crack. "Hey, what do you want?" he shouted. That seemed to break whatever spell the guy was under. He slowly walked around to Sam's side of the car. I hit the power lock button again, even though I knew the doors were already locked. The guy leaned down slightly, his face now level with Sam's window. "Nice laptop," he said, his voice surprisingly calm and normal sounding. "Can I see it?" "No, man, we paid for these. Get your own," Sam replied, his voice shakier than I'd ever heard it. The guy's expression didn't change. He just stood there for another moment, then reached for the back door handle and pulled on it. The locked door rattled, and I swear my heart nearly stopped. That was it for me. I threw the car into reverse, checking that he wasn't directly behind us anymore, and backed out quickly. The guy had to jump back to avoid getting his feet run over. I shifted into drive and peeled out of that parking lot faster than I've ever driven before. In my rearview mirror, I could see him standing there watching us leave, that same smile on his face. He didn't chase us or anything. Somehow that made it even creepier. "What the actual hell was that?" Sam asked, his voice still shaking. "I have no idea," I replied, keeping my eyes on the road and checking my mirrors constantly to make sure we weren't being followed. We decided to continue our planned shopping at Target and Walmart, figuring we'd be safe in crowded places. The whole time, I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that guy again. But he never showed up. It's been a year since that happened, and I still get nervous in parking lots at night. I've been to other Black Friday sales since then, but never back to that Best Buy. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was on drugs. Maybe he was just a thief who targeted me specifically. Maybe he had mental health issues. But none of those explanations make me feel any better about what happened. The thing that still haunts me is his persistence. He didn't just try once to get my laptop. He followed us through the store, out to our car, and then tried to get into our vehicle. Who does that? Over a laptop? And that smile, like he was enjoying my fear more than he actually wanted the item itself. I've seen plenty of Black Friday horror stories online. People fighting over TVs, trampling each other for toys. But this was different. This wasn't about the deal or the product. This felt personal, targeted. To this day, I have no idea why he chose me or what he really wanted, and honestly, I never want to find out. Story 2. I still don't sleep well. 3 months later, and every little crack or groan in my new apartment sends me into a panic. My therapist says it's PTSD. Maybe she's right. But she doesn't believe what really happened that morning at my house in Oak Ridge Valley. Nobody does except the people in this forum. I'd bought that place 2 years ago, a little 2-bedroom farmhouse with 5 acres of meadow backing up to a forest. It was my dream home after 15 years working a soul-crushing corporate job. Remote work made it possible, and I'd fallen in love with the peaceful isolation. No neighbors for half a mile. Just me, my coffee, and the view of the meadow from my front porch every morning. That Wednesday started like any other. It was early April, still chilly in the mornings. I remember because I had my fleece blanket wrapped around me as I sat on the porch swing with my coffee, watching the sun rise over the tree line. The steam from my mug was billowing in the cold air. I'd been up since 5:30. Couldn't sleep well that week for some reason. Just a weird feeling of being watched. I was halfway through my second cup when I noticed something odd at the edge of the forest. There was this thing standing partially behind a large oak tree, maybe 200 yards away. At first, I thought it was just a dead branch or something. You know how your mind plays tricks in the early light? But then it moved. Not like an animal moves, not like anything natural moves. It was deliberate, mechanical almost. I remember feeling my stomach drop, that instant sense that something was very, very wrong. I set my coffee down so hard it splashed onto the porch floor. I keep a pair of binoculars on the porch table for bird watching. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely bring them to my eyes. When I finally focused them on that spot by the tree line, Jesus, I'll never forget what I saw. It was tall, so fucking tall. 8, maybe 9 feet. Its body was wrong, like someone had taken bleached bones and assembled them into a human-like shape, but everything was slightly off proportion. Long, thin limbs, a spine that curved unnaturally. The skull had these twisted horns coming out of it, not like a deer or a ram, but like something that had grown organically from the bone itself. The eye sockets were empty, but somehow aware, like it could see me. It was draped in what looked like animal hides, tattered and dried out like old leather. Not clothing exactly, more like parts of it, extensions of whatever the hell it was. But the worst part was how it moved. It didn't walk, it glided, like its feet weren't quite touching the ground. One moment it was at the tree line, and the next it had moved about 10 feet into the meadow. No walking motion. Just there and then there, heading straight toward my house. I dropped the binoculars. They clattered on the porch floor and one of the lenses cracked. I didn't care. I just ran inside, slamming and locking the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my phone out of my pocket. I dialed 911, praying the dispatcher wouldn't think I was crazy. 911, what's your emergency? A woman's voice. There's something on my property. I was gasping for breath. It's coming toward my house. It's not human. Please, I need help. I'm at 4287 Ridge Road. Sir, can you describe what you're seeing? She sounded so calm, it made me furious. It's like a skeleton thing. It's huge, walking across my meadow right now. Please send someone. Sir, I need you to stay calm. The call dropped, just cut out completely. I looked at my phone. No service. I always had perfect service at the house. Always. I ran to the living room window that faced the meadow. The thing was halfway across now, moving faster. The morning sun cast its shadow long across the grass, this impossible spindly shadow that seemed to ripple even when the thing itself moved smoothly. I tried the landline. Dead. My internet router's lights were off too. Everything was out. I ran upstairs to get my shotgun from the bedroom closet. I'm not a gun person, really. Just kept it for protection since I lived so far out. My hands were shaking so badly, I kept dropping shells as I tried to load it. I managed to get 3 in before I heard something on the front porch. A slow, deliberate scraping sound, like bone on wood. I crept to the top of the stairs and listened. There was a tapping on the door. Not knocking, tapping. Like something hard and pointed was being dragged across the wood in patterns. Then it stopped. Complete silence for maybe 10 seconds. The next sound was like a battering ram hitting my front door. The whole house shook. Dust fell from the ceiling. Another massive hit, and I heard wood starting to splinter. I raised the shotgun, aiming down the stairs toward the door, but my hands were shaking so badly I wasn't sure I could even fire straight. Another hit. The door frame cracked visibly. One more, and it gave way completely. What came through my doorway? God, it was even worse up close. It had to crouch to enter, unfolding itself inside my living room like some nightmarish puppet. The skull swiveled unnaturally to look up the stairs directly at me. Those empty eye sockets somehow fixed on mine, and I felt this cold sensation wash over me, like ice water being poured down my spine. I fired the shotgun. The blast was deafening in the enclosed space. I know I hit it square in the chest area. Bits of bone and those leathery hides flew off it. But it didn't fall. It didn't even flinch. It just kept coming toward the stairs. I fired again, same result. It was like shooting at a Halloween decoration. Pieces went flying, but the thing itself didn't react to the damage. I turned and ran to the back of the house, to the kitchen where the basement door was. I could hear it coming up the stairs behind me, this dry scraping, sound like bones dragging across wood. The basement was my only option. It had a heavy steel door. It was an old house with an ancient oil furnace in the basement, and that door was designed as a fire break. I practically threw myself down the stairs, slammed the door shut behind me, and turned the deadbolt. Something slammed into the door immediately. The steel dented inward, but held. Another slam. The hinges creaked. I backed away, looking around desperately for a weapon, an exit, anything. The basement had one tiny window, way too small to climb through. It was a tomb if that thing got in. I could hear it hammering at the door, each impact leaving a deeper dent in the metal. That's when I noticed the smell. Oil. The old furnace had a tank next to it, and there was a small puddle forming under it. The banging on the door was causing the ancient tank to leak. Another massive hit to the door. The top hinge partially tore from the wall. One more would do it. I backed up against the far wall, shotgun raised, my last shell loaded. The oil was spreading across the concrete floor, a dark pool growing larger with each passing second. The door burst open with a sound like a car crash. The bone creature had to crouch even lower to enter the basement, its skull scraping against the ceiling. In the dim light, I could see right through parts of its rib cage. My shotgun blasts had damaged it, but it was still coming. I fired my last shell directly at its skull. The right side of it shattered, horn and all. It paused, its head tilted at an unnatural angle, bone fragments scattered on the floor. But it kept coming. Its arm extended toward me, too long, too many joints, ending in finger bones elongated into claws. One of them caught my arm as I tried to dodge, slicing through my fleece and into my skin. The pain was immediate and intense, like being cut with a frozen blade. I stumbled backward, tripped over a stack of old paint cans, and fell hard on my back. The thing loomed over me, reaching down with those impossible hands. Then I heard the furnace kick on. The automatic timer had activated it, just like it did every morning around this time to take the chill off the house. I saw the pilot light ignite, saw the small flame catch the oil fumes. The world turned orange. The whoosh of igniting oil was deafening. Flames erupted across the basement floor, reaching the creature in an instant. Those dry animal hides caught immediately. It made a sound then, the only sound I ever heard it make, like wind through a cave, but somehow formed into a scream. I scrambled away from it, toward the broken door, as the thing became a pillar of fire. The flames were everywhere now, catching on old boxes, furniture, everything. The heat was unbearable, singeing my hair and eyebrows as I stumbled up the basement stairs. The smoke was already filling the kitchen. I ran through the house, out the broken front door, and collapsed on my front lawn, gasping for air. My arm was bleeding badly where it had clawed me. The wound burned like it was infected already, the edges turning an unnatural gray color. From outside, I watched my dream home become an inferno. Black smoke billowed into the perfect blue morning sky. I could hear sirens in the distance. I guess someone had seen the smoke and called it in. My nearest neighbor was an old farmer who lived about half a mile down the road. I never saw the bone creature emerge from the house. The fire department couldn't save anything. They said the oil tank had ruptured completely, turning the basement into a literal furnace. The house was a total loss. Here's the thing though, they never found any remains in the rubble. Nothing that couldn't be explained as normal house debris. No oversized bones, no horns, nothing. The police report lists it as an accidental fire due to furnace malfunction. The wound on my arm left a scar that doesn't look like any normal cut. It's perfectly straight and still has that grayish tinge around the edges. Sometimes it aches deep down. especially when I'm in the woods or alone at night. I moved 2 states away. I live in an apartment building now, with people all around me. I can't stand the silence anymore. I can't stand being alone. I've spent hours researching what I saw. That's how I found this forum. There are others who've seen similar things in forests all over the country. They have different names for them. Bone walkers, skinned ones, forest striders. Always tall, always made of bone, always hunting. I don't know what it wanted from me or why it came that day. I don't know if it died in that fire or if things like that can even die. All I know is that I'll never live near the woods again. And I wake up every morning expecting to see that skull outside my window, those empty eye sockets somehow watching me. If you ever see something unnatural at the edge of the woods, something that moves wrong, something that feels wrong, don't wait, don't investigate, just run. Story 3. I never expected to find the diary. It was just another hot summer afternoon in my grandmother's attic, sorting through boxes my mom had asked me to organize before we put the house on the market. Grandma Margaret had passed 3 months ago, and none of us were ready to say goodbye to her home. But life moves on, whether we want it to or not. The small leather-bound journal was wedged between photo albums from the 70s and a stack of old Christmas cards. It looked unremarkable, worn brown leather with no name on the cover. When I opened it, the first page simply read, Elizabeth Talbot Heckler, 1905, in faded, careful handwriting. Elizabeth, my great-grandmother. The woman I'd heard stories about my whole life but knew so little about. The tough-as-nails matriarch who'd raised her son alone and worked until her fingers bled to give him opportunities. My grandmother Margaret's beloved mother. I knew I should keep sorting, but something made me sit down on an old trunk and start reading. What I found changed everything I thought I knew about my family. June 12th, 1905. I write this account so my son Samuel might someday understand why we left in such haste. I pray this record survives, though I may not. My hands were shaking by the time I finished reading the first entry. What followed was the most harrowing story I'd ever encountered, and it was my own flesh and blood who had lived it. I spent the next several hours completely absorbed, and what I learned haunts me still. This is Elizabeth's story, as she wrote it. I knew he would find us eventually. Benjamin said I was being paranoid, that Henry had no way of knowing we'd settled in Haw River, that the annulment papers had been properly filed, and we were legally and rightfully married in the eyes of God and the law. But I knew Henry Higgins better than anyone. I knew the injury hadn't destroyed his cunning. It had only twisted it into something darker. That morning started like any other. I woke before sunrise to prepare breakfast for Benjamin before he left for the church. Samuel, not yet 2 years old, was still sleeping peacefully in his little bed. The kitchen was warm from the stove, and Benjamin sat reading his Bible at the table while I kneaded dough for the day's bread. It was peaceful, normal, the kind of simple happiness I never thought I'd have again after leaving Chattanooga. I remember the exact moment everything changed. I was wiping flour from my hands when I saw Benjamin's expression shift. He was looking out the kitchen window, and something in his eyes made my blood run cold. Elizabeth, he said, using my full name instead of Lizzie, which told me immediately something was wrong. Take Samuel and go to the cellar. I didn't ask questions. After what I'd endured with Henry, I'd learned when to act fast. I hurried to Samuel's room, scooped him from his bed, and grabbed the small bag I'd kept packed since the day we'd fled Tennessee. Some might call it paranoia, but I called it survival. Samuel whimpered, still half asleep and confused. "Hush, my love," I whispered, pressing him against my chest as I slipped through the kitchen toward the cellar door. Benjamin was still at the window, but now he'd moved the curtain just slightly to peer out. 6 men, he said quietly, on horseback. Henry's leading them. My legs nearly gave out. "How did he find us?" I managed to ask, though I already knew. "My letter to my cousin back home. I'd been so careful never to write, but when I heard my mother had taken ill, I'd risked sending word. That had been 3 months ago. It had been enough." Benjamin turned to me, and in that moment I saw something in my gentle pastor husband I'd never seen before. The face of a man prepared to do violence. "The cellar won't be enough," he said. "They'll search the house." He crossed the room and pulled up the rug near the hearth, revealing the loose floorboard where he kept a small metal box. From it, he withdrew a revolver I didn't know he possessed. "Benjamin," I started, but he cut me off. "There's a false wall in the back of the cellar. Samuel will fit behind it, and so will you if you curl up. It's where the previous owner hid runaway slaves during the war." His voice was eerily calm. "I'll hold them off. When they're gone, go to Richmond. My sister will take you in." I was shaking my head before he finished speaking. "No, we'll all go out the back. There's no time." The sound of horses approaching was audible now. They've surrounded the house. I've seen that tall one before in town asking questions. They've been watching us planning this. Samuel began to cry, sensing the tension. I bounced him gently, trying to quiet him even as my own terror threatened to overwhelm me. "I won't leave you," I insisted. Benjamin looked at me with such love it broke my heart. "This isn't a choice. Lizzie, our son needs his mother." He pressed the small leather pouch of savings into my hand. "Promise me you'll raise him to be a good man." I was openly weeping now. "Benjamin, please." A heavy pounding on the front door made us both jump. "Elizabeth Higgins!" Henry's voice, slurred but unmistakable, called out. "I know you're in there, you faithless whore." Benjamin's jaw tightened. "Go, now." He kissed me once, hard and desperate, then pushed me toward the cellar door. "I love you both more than life itself." Those were the last words my husband ever spoke to me. I carried Samuel down the cellar steps, praying he would stay quiet. The space was damp and dark, lit only by what little morning light filtered through the small ground-level windows. At the back, behind shelves of preserved vegetables, was the false wall Benjamin had mentioned. It wasn't much, just a narrow space between the cellar wall and the foundation, covered by a section of shelving that swung outward. I pushed Samuel in first, then squeezed myself into the space, pulling the shelf closed behind us. It was pitch black and smelled of earth and mold. Samuel started to whimper again, and I put my hand gently over his mouth, whispering soothing nonsense into his ear. Above us, I heard the front door crash open. The sound of boots on wooden floors, men's voices, angry and loud. I couldn't make out the words, just the tone, accusing, threatening. Then Benjamin's voice, steady and firm. I strained to hear, pressing my ear against the wall. Samuel squirmed in my arms, confused and frightened. "She's not here anymore," I heard Benjamin say. "She left weeks ago, headed west, I believe." "You're lying, preacher man." Henry's voice sent shivers down my spine. The same voice that had once whispered words of love, then later hissed threats as his fists connected with my body. "The good folks at the general store say they seen your wife just yesterday. Pretty woman with a young child. Unless you've got yourself a new family already." "I'm telling you, she's gone," Benjamin insisted. "Now I'll ask you and your men to leave my home." Someone laughed. a harsh, ugly sound. "This ain't your home, and she ain't your wife. She belongs to me. The law says so." "The annulment," Benjamin started, "wasn't worth the paper it was printed on," Henry shouted. "I never signed nothing, never agreed to no annulment. That means she's still legally mine, and so's any child she's born." My blood ran cold. I'd been assured the annulment was legal. I'd paid a lawyer in Raleigh with the last of my savings. Had he lied to me? Or had Henry's influence reached further than I thought possible? The argument continued, voices rising. I heard furniture being overturned, glass breaking. They were searching the house. "Check the cellar," someone ordered. I pressed myself further into the corner, clutching Samuel so tightly he squirmed in protest. I heard the cellar door open, heavy footsteps on the stairs. A lantern's glow seeped through cracks in the false wall. "Nothing down here but canned goods and spiders," a voice called up after a cursory look. I released the breath I'd been holding, but my relief was short-lived. Above us, the argument had escalated. "I know she's here somewhere," Henry was raging, "and I'm not leaving without what's mine." "She is not yours," Benjamin's voice was steel. "She's not property to be claimed." There was a pause, then Henry's voice, deadly quiet. "Maybe I need to make an example of you, preacher man. Show everyone what happens when someone takes what belongs to me. What happened next will haunt me until my dying day." The gunshot was deafening, even from the cellar. Samuel jerked in my arms, startled by the noise, and began to cry in earnest. I clamped my hand over his mouth, tears streaming down my face, listening to the chaos erupting above. More gunshots, shouting, the sound of bodies falling, then silence. Terrible, absolute silence. I don't know how long we remained hidden, minutes or hours. Samuel eventually exhausted himself and fell asleep against my chest, his little face tear-stained. I sat frozen, barely breathing, straining to hear any movement above. Finally, I heard footsteps again, heavy boots on the floor, something being dragged. "Burn it," a voice ordered, not Henry's voice. "Burn it all, make it look like an accident." The smell of kerosene reached me even in our hiding place. They were going to burn the house down with us inside. I had to move, had to get Samuel out, but if they were still outside, I heard the men leaving, the sound of horses moving away from the house. I waited until I was certain they were gone before pushing open the false wall. The cellar was still dark, but now there was a new smell mixing with the damp, smoke. I climbed out with Samuel in my arms and rushed up the cellar stairs, only to be met by a wall of heat and flame. The kitchen was already engulfed, fire racing across the wooden floors and up the walls. Through the smoke and fire, I saw bodies, 2 of them near the front door. One was Benjamin, lying face up, a dark stain spreading across his chest. His eyes were open, staring at nothing. I wanted to go to him, to touch him one last time, but the flames were between us, growing higher by the second. I could feel the heat searing my skin, see the smoke beginning to fill the cellar stairway. There was no way out through the house. The small cellar windows were our only chance. I set Samuel down just long enough to drag a barrel beneath one of them, then smashed the glass with a preserved jar. The opening was small, barely large enough for me to squeeze through, let alone carrying a child. I pushed Samuel through first, wincing as the broken glass caught on his nightshirt, leaving small tears. Then I pulled myself up, the jagged glass cutting into my palms and arms. The pain was nothing compared to the fear driving me forward. Once outside, I scooped up Samuel and ran, not toward town where someone might see us, but toward the woods behind our property. Behind me, Our little house was now fully engulfed in flames, black smoke billowing into the clear blue sky. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. Samuel was crying again, confused and frightened. When I finally stopped in a small clearing, far enough away that I could no longer see the smoke from our home, I collapsed onto the ground, clutching my son to my chest. For hours, we stayed hidden in those woods. I tore strips from my petticoat to bandage my bleeding hands. I fed Samuel the few biscuits I'd had in my apron pocket when the morning began, a lifetime ago. As dusk fell, I knew we couldn't stay there. The men might return, might realize we weren't among the dead. Under cover of darkness, I made my way to the church. Not to the main building where someone might see us, but to the small shed behind it where Benjamin kept the church wagon. I hitched the old mare myself, something I'd watched Benjamin do dozens of times, but had never done alone. Samuel slept, exhausted, as I covered him with a horse blanket in the back of the wagon. We left Haw River that night, heading northeast toward Richmond, toward the sister Benjamin had spoken of but whom I'd never met. I had nothing but the clothes on my back, the small bag of emergency provisions, and Benjamin's savings pouch. And every mile I looked over my shoulder, certain that Henry and his men would appear on the horizon. I've spent countless hours since that day reading through Elizabeth's entire diary. She made it to Richmond. She found Benjamin's sister, who took them in until Elizabeth could find work at a textile factory. She never remarried. She raised Samuel alone, working 12-hour days to ensure he got an education. Henry was declared dead in the fire, along with Benjamin and 3 other men from Henry's posse. 2 men escaped and were later arrested for arson and murder in another county, but they never mentioned Elizabeth or Samuel. As far as the world knew, Elizabeth Heckler had died in that fire with her husband. In her diary, she wrote, "Benjamin sacrificed everything for us. The least I can do is live a life worthy of that sacrifice." And she did. My great-grandmother lived until 1940, long enough to see her son become a doctor, to hold her granddaughter, my grandmother Margaret, in her arms. I took the diary to my mother that evening. She wept as she read it, telling me that Grandma Margaret had always said there was more to Elizabeth's story than she knew, but that some secrets were buried too deep. Not anymore. Some nights I wake up thinking about Elizabeth, huddled in that dark space with her baby, listening to the sounds of violence above her. I think about the strength it took to run, to start over, to keep going. And I wonder if I could have done the same. I'll never know what really happened that day between Benjamin and Henry. Elizabeth never knew either. But in her final diary entry, written just days before her death, she wrote, "I've spent my life looking over my shoulder, but I've never regretted a single day of the life Benjamin's sacrifice gave us." Samuel asks why I never speak of his father. How could mere words ever capture what that man did for us? Some heroes aren't remembered in history books or with statues. Some are remembered only in the beating hearts of those they saved. Story 4. I still don't sleep well at night, even after 2 years. I keep the blinds drawn and burn sage weekly. My therapist says what happened was a mental breakdown triggered by isolation and stress. But she doesn't understand Navajo reservation life or what I witnessed out there. I need to share this somewhere because keeping it bottled up is driving me crazy. I moved to the Navajo reservation in New Mexico about 3 years ago to live with my boyfriend, Marcus. I'm Hopi and he's Navajo, which caused some tension with certain family members, but we were in love and determined to make it work. We lived in a small camper while Marcus built our hogan on his family's land, about half a mile from the edge of a mesa overlooking a lake. It was breathtakingly beautiful, but incredibly isolated. The nearest neighbor was 2 miles away, and the closest town was a 45-minute drive. We had 5 dogs, including Luna, who had just had a litter of 7 puppies. We were happy and productive, fixing up the land, tending our small garden, and working on the hogan. Marcus had a good construction job that let him work 4 days on, 3 days off, and I was selling my beadwork online. His mother visited occasionally and seemed to like me, though she once warned us that people might become jealous of what we were building together. She specifically mentioned that some wouldn't like that I was Hopi, not Navajo, but I didn't take it too seriously at the time. Everything changed on a Tuesday in late September. I remember because it was Marcus's day off, and we'd spent the afternoon gathering firewood for winter. Around sunset, we walked to the mesa's edge to watch the colors change over the lake, something we did often. The sky was that incredible mix of orange and purple that you only get in the desert. Our dogs were with us as usual, but about 10 minutes into our sunset viewing, they suddenly started barking. Not their normal barking at coyotes or rabbits, but something different. They seemed confused, running back and forth, snarling at something they couldn't quite locate. Luna was especially agitated, her hackles raised. "What's wrong with them?" I asked, feeling nervous. The sudden shift in their behavior was jarring. Marcus frowned and scanned the landscape. "Not sure." That's when I first felt it, the sensation of being watched. It wasn't just paranoia, it was a physical feeling, like pressure on the back of my neck. I turned around repeatedly, but saw nothing except scrub brush and juniper trees. Then the smell hit us. It was like roadkill that had been baking in the sun for days, mixed with something else I couldn't identify, almost chemical. It was so strong I gagged and covered my nose with my shirt. "We should head back," Marcus said quietly, suddenly tense. He wasn't easily spooked, so his reaction frightened me more than anything. As we gathered our things, I noticed how quickly darkness was falling. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long across the ground. That's when I saw it, movement on the dirt road that led up to our property, about 100 yards away. At first I thought it was a coyote or maybe a stray dog, but as I focused, I realized it was much larger. The figure was moving in a bizarre way, hunched over but running fast with unnaturally long arms. Its hands, and they were definitely hands, not paws, flopped against the ground occasionally as it ran. It wore what looked like old dusty leather clothes, with something around its neck that caught what little light remained. Later, Marcus told me they were bones. I froze, unable to move or speak. The thing stopped suddenly and turned toward us. It was too dark to see its face clearly, but I could make out that its proportions were all wrong. Limbs too long, torso too short, head slightly too large. It made a sound I'll never forget, a wet, gurgling noise that seemed to come from deep inside it. Marcus grabbed my arm hard. "Don't look at it," he hissed. "Don't acknowledge it." The creature stood watching us for maybe 15 seconds, though it felt like hours. Then, in a movement too fluid for something so awkward-looking, it suddenly bounded to the edge of the mesa and jumped off. Not down the path, straight off the cliff edge. I screamed then, finally finding my voice. Marcus dragged me back to the camper, the dogs following close behind, still barking wildly. Once inside, he locked the door and immediately began gathering sage and cedar from his medicine bundle. "What was that?" I was shaking uncontrollably. "What the hell was that, Marcus?" He was calm in a way that scared me almost as much as what we'd seen. Something we don't talk about or name, he said, lighting the herbs. Something that shouldn't be here. He smudged the entire camper, wafting the smoke into every corner while praying in Navajo. When he finished, he sat across from me at our small table. Listen carefully, he said. These things, they want attention. They feed on fear. The more you acknowledge them, the stronger they get. The best protection is to ignore them. If we leave them alone, they'll leave us alone. I wanted to believe him, but something about the way he said it made me think he wasn't entirely convinced himself. That night, I barely slept. Marcus fell into a deep sleep almost immediately, which I found strange considering what we'd seen. Around 3 a.m, I heard strange noises outside, not animal sounds, but not quite human either. A rhythmic tapping, followed by what sounded like whispers. The dogs were silent, which was even more disturbing. The next morning, I asked Marcus if he'd heard anything, but he said no. He seemed reluctant to discuss what had happened, saying only that sometimes things from stories wander where they shouldn't, and that his people knew not to interfere. Life returned to normal for about 3 weeks. I tried to forget what I'd seen, though I stopped going outside after dark and no longer enjoyed our sunset viewings. Then one afternoon, while Marcus was at work, a rusty blue pickup truck I didn't recognize drove up to our camper. A woman and a small boy got out. She looked to be in her 40s, wearing a long skirt and a lot of turquoise jewelry. The boy was maybe 7 or 8 and didn't speak or make eye contact. "Hello," she called out with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "You must be Marcus's girlfriend. I'm his cousin Sheila." I was instantly uncomfortable but didn't want to be rude. Marcus had a large extended family scattered across the reservation, and I hadn't met everyone yet. "Nice to meet you," I said, staying near the camper door. Luna and 2 other dogs were growling softly behind me. "We were just passing by and thought we'd stop to say hello," she said. "Is Marcus home?" When I told her he was at work, a flash of something, disappointment, calculation, crossed her face. She asked if they could come in for water since they'd been driving a while. Against my better judgment, I invited them inside. The dogs refused to enter with them there. Sheila asked a lot of questions about me, about Marcus, about our plans for the Hogan. The boy never spoke and kept touching things around the camper. I noticed Sheila examining our personal items, lingering on photos of us and Marcus's medicine bundle, which he kept on a high shelf. They stayed for about 30 minutes. Just before leaving, Sheila asked to use our bathroom. When she came out, she thanked me and said, "You seem nice. It's sad what happens to nice people sometimes." Then they left. The whole encounter left me uneasy. When Marcus came home and I told him about our visitors, his face darkened in a way I'd never seen before. "What did she look like?" he demanded. When I described her, he slammed his fist on the table. "That's not my cousin. That's Eliza Begay. She lives about 5 miles from here. She messes with things she shouldn't." Before I could ask what he meant, his phone rang. It was his mother, sounding panicked. She wanted to know if a woman had visited us. When Marcus confirmed it, she told him to check if anything was missing and to clean the house right away. She was driving over immediately. Marcus began searching the camper frantically. "Did she touch anything? Did she go anywhere alone?" "Just the bathroom," I said, growing more frightened by his reaction. His mother arrived 30 minutes later with an elder man I'd never met. They brought more sage, cedar, and something else that smelled terrible when burned. They smudged everything, focusing especially on the bathroom. That night, Marcus explained a little. Eliza has been trying to get with me for years, he said. I rejected her, and now she's angry. She's Diné like us, but she practices things the traditional people don't approve of. My mom thinks she's jealous of you, of us, and might try to cause problems. I wanted more information, but Marcus clammed up, saying talking about it would only make it worse. His mother made me promise to keep the doors locked and not let anyone in when I was alone. Over the next week, strange things started happening. I'd see lights on the path to our home that would vanish when I looked directly at them. Objects would move from where I'd left them. The dogs became increasingly agitated, especially at night. Then we found the cat. Neither of us had a cat or had ever seen this one before. A skinny black thing with unusual yellow eyes. It was inside our camper when we woke up one morning, despite all windows and doors being closed and locked. It hissed when Marcus approached it and scratched him badly when he tried to grab it. "We need to see Mike," Marcus said, wrapping his bleeding hand. Mike was a medicine man who lived about an hour away. Mike's house was small and cluttered with plants, books, and traditional items. He listened gravely as Marcus explained everything. The skinwalker sighting, Eliza's visit, and now the mysterious cat. "She sent the cat," Mike said after a long silence. "It's her eyes in your home." He explained that Eliza wanted Marcus and had been mingling with evil spirits to get what she wanted. The skinwalker we saw was likely connected to her somehow. Mike gave Marcus instructions for catching and killing the cat in a specific way, warning that if we didn't, worse things would follow. I was horrified, but Marcus was resolute. We caught the cat that night in a trap, and Marcus took it away. He returned an hour later, ashen-faced, and refused to tell me what he'd done. That night, we heard what sounded like a woman wailing in the distance. Things got worse after that. Marcus began to change. He became paranoid, claiming to hear voices outside at night. He said he could see faces watching us through the windows, even though we were far from neighbors. He stopped going to work, then stopped working on the Hogan. He'd stare at me sometimes with an expression I didn't recognize, as if he wasn't sure who I was. One night, he woke me by standing over our bed, just staring. "What's wrong?" I asked, terrified by his blank expression. "You're trying to poison me," he said flatly. "She told me what you're doing." I tried reasoning with him, but his delusions grew worse. He accused me of working with Eliza, of practicing witchcraft against him. He became convinced I was trying to steal his land. Our dogs, who had always loved him, began to avoid him. 2 months after our encounter with the skinwalker, Marcus became violent. He threw me against a wall, claiming I'd put something in his food. I managed to lock myself in the bathroom and called his mother, who came with his brother. They took him to the hospital, where he was admitted to the psychiatric unit. I stayed with his mother for a week, but the damage was done. The dark magic had worked. It had taken Marcus's mind and destroyed what we had. When he was released, he didn't want to see me. He believed I was part of a conspiracy against him. I left the reservation the following week. I've never gone back, not even for my things. His mother sent me some clothes and personal items, but said it was better if I stayed away. I live in a small apartment in Albuquerque now. I don't let anyone into my home, not even friends. Some nights I still wake up to what sounds like tapping on my windows, and occasionally I catch a whiff of that rotting smell. I don't know if it's really there, or if the trauma has permanently rewired my brain. All I know is that some forms of witchcraft are real, and there are things in this world that most people are lucky enough to never encounter. I've seen the power of jealousy and evil intent firsthand, and no amount of therapy or rationalization will ever convince me otherwise. Story 5. I don't talk about this much. Actually, I haven't told anyone in years. My hands are shaking just typing this out, but after seeing that post about strange things in national parks, I feel like I need to share what happened to me back in the summer of 1992. I was 23 then, living in Tacoma and dating this girl, Sarah. We'd been together about a year and things were pretty serious. I was big into hiking and always trying to get her to come along, but she was more of an indoor person. She'd rather curl up with a book than climb a mountain, which was totally fine. But that summer, I finally convinced her to join me for what I promised would be an easy day hike near Mount Rainier. It was mid-July, perfect weather, not too hot, clear skies. I picked a trail that was about 6 miles round trip, pretty flat, nothing technical. I figured it would be a good introduction for Sarah without scaring her off outdoor activities forever. We packed sandwiches, plenty of water, some trail mix. I remember Sarah wore these brand new hiking boots she'd bought just for the occasion. They were bright blue. I teased her about them being too clean. We hit the trailhead around 10 in the morning. The parking lot wasn't very full, which surprised me for a summer weekend, but I was happy we'd have some solitude. The trail started off through this incredible old-growth forest. Massive Douglas firs and western hemlocks that made you feel tiny. Sarah was actually enjoying herself, pointing out wildflowers and asking questions about the different trees. I remember feeling proud that she was giving my hobby a real chance. About 2 hours in, we stopped for lunch on this massive fallen log beside the trail. I can still picture Sarah sitting there, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, sunlight filtering through the canopy above us. We talked about normal stuff, her job at the library, my classes, maybe moving in together when my lease was up in September. Nothing extraordinary, just a normal couple having lunch in the woods. After eating, we continued on. The trail narrowed a bit, winding deeper into the forest. The trees grew even taller, blocking out more of the sky. It was cooler here, damper. That earthy smell of decomposing leaves and moss was everywhere. I remember noticing how the forest seemed to swallow sounds. Our footsteps were muffled, and even our voices seemed quieter somehow. We'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes after lunch when it happened. Sarah was a few steps ahead of me on the trail when she suddenly stopped, just froze mid-step. I nearly bumped into her. "What's up?" I asked, but she didn't answer. I moved beside her and saw her face had gone completely white, like drained of all color. Her eyes were wide, fixed on something off the trail. "Oh my God," she whispered. I followed her gaze. About 20 feet away, just off the trail, stood a tree. A large western hemlock, probably 100 feet tall, and embedded in its trunk, at about chest height, was a full-grown buck. I'm not talking about antlers mounted on the tree or something explainable like that. The deer, this massive adult buck, was literally fused with the tree trunk. The front half of the deer protruded from one side, its head hanging downward, antlers intact, eyes open and glassy. The back half, hindquarters, back legs, stuck out from the opposite side of the trunk. It looked fresh. That's what got me. This wasn't some old decayed carcass. The deer's coat was still glossy. Its eyes hadn't clouded over. It looked like it had been alive just hours ago. But the tree, this is the part that has haunted me for 30 years. The tree showed absolutely no signs of damage. There was no split in the trunk, no broken bark, no indication whatsoever of how this deer had gotten inside the solid wood. It was as if the tree had grown around the animal, or as if the deer had somehow phased through the wood and gotten stuck halfway. "What the fuck?" I whispered. Sarah grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in painfully. Against my better judgment, I took a step toward it. Sarah hissed, "Don't," but I needed to see it up close. I needed to understand what I was looking at. As I approached, I noticed more details that made even less sense. The bark of the tree flowed perfectly around the deer's body, like the wood had melted and reformed. There was no blood anywhere, not on the deer, not on the ground beneath it, nowhere. The animal's flesh wasn't torn or damaged where it met the wood. It was as if the two had somehow merged at a cellular level. I got within about 5 feet before stopping. Something deep in my gut told me not to touch it. The deer's eye, black and glassy, seemed to be staring right at me. I noticed its mouth was slightly open, tongue just visible. That's when I realized how quiet it had become. The forest around us was absolutely silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, no distant sounds of other hikers. Just complete oppressive silence. The air felt heavier somehow, pressing against my skin. "We need to leave. Now." Sarah's voice cracked with fear. She hadn't moved from where she stood on the trail. I couldn't argue with her. Whatever we were looking at defied explanation, and the wrongness of it settled over me like a physical weight. I backed away, not wanting to turn my back on the thing. When I reached Sarah, she grabbed my hand and we started walking, then jogging, then practically running back the way we'd come. We didn't stop, didn't speak, just pushed ourselves down the trail as fast as we could go without risking a fall. What should have been a 2-hour return trip took us maybe an hour. My legs burned and Sarah was gasping for breath, but neither of us suggested slowing down. It was like we both understood that whatever we'd seen wasn't supposed to exist, and we needed to put as much distance between it and us as possible. When we finally reached the parking lot, there were more cars than before. Normal people enjoying a normal day in the forest. The ordinariness of it felt jarring after what we'd witnessed. The drive home was absolutely silent. Sarah stared out the passenger window the entire time, her face still pale. My hands were shaking so badly, I had to grip the steering wheel with all my strength to keep the car steady. When we pulled up to Sarah's apartment, she finally spoke. "We're never going to talk about what we saw," she said. It wasn't a question or a suggestion. It was a statement of fact. I nodded. "Yeah, okay. I mean it. Not to each other, not to anyone. Ever." She looked at me, and I saw genuine fear in her eyes. Some things shouldn't be possible. And if they are, I don't want to know about them. She got out of the car, and that was it. We kept our pact. In the 3 months we continued dating after that day, we never once mentioned what we'd seen in those woods. When we broke up that October, for unrelated reasons, the deer in the tree remained the unspoken thing between us. I never went back to that particular trail. I've hiked other parts of Mount Rainier many times since, but something in me knows better than to return to that spot. I've spent countless hours trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe the tree grew around a deer carcass someone had placed there. But trees grow too slowly, and the deer was fresh. Maybe someone had created some kind of elaborate art installation, but the integration of deer and tree was too perfect, too seamless to be human-made. The image stays with me. I'll be doing something completely normal, driving to work, washing dishes, watching TV, and suddenly I'll see it again in my mind. That buck, somehow impossibly existing half in, half out of solid wood, its dead eye staring at me. The unnatural silence of the forest, the feeling that we'd stumbled onto something fundamentally wrong. I looked up news reports from that area and time period later, searching for missing hikers or strange animal incidents. Nothing. I've scoured the internet for similar stories. The closest I've found are myths about deer spirits and forest guardians from Native American traditions, but nothing that matches what we saw. It's been 30 years, and I've never been able to explain it. I've never told my wife about it. I've never told my closest friends. I tried to convince myself it was some kind of shared hallucination, but I know what I saw. I know the absolute terror I felt standing there, looking at something that shouldn't exist. Sarah moved to California years ago. Sometimes I wonder if she still thinks about it too. If she wakes up in the middle of the night remembering that buck and that tree. If she still feels that same crawling dread when the memory surfaces. I don't have any profound conclusions or explanations. No closure. Just the certainty that for one brief moment I glimpsed something beyond the boundaries of what I understand about reality. Something impossible happened in those woods near Mount Rainier in the summer of 1992. And for better or worse, I was there to witness it. And sometimes, when I'm hiking and the forest goes quiet around me, I find myself scanning the trees, half afraid, half expecting to see it again, or something worse, because once you've seen the impossible, you can never unsee it. You just learn to live with the knowledge that the world is stranger and more terrifying than most people will ever know. Story 6. I've been staring at this blank screen for almost an hour now. I promised my therapist I'd write this down, but every time I try, my hands start shaking. It's been 8 months since it happened, but I still wake up in cold sweats, feeling the cold metal against my throat. I guess I should start from the beginning. My name's Jordan, and 3 years ago I was a mess. I got hooked on OxyContin after a construction accident. What started as legitimate pain management spiraled into a full-blown addiction. I was popping pills like candy, stealing from my family, and eventually got caught trying to rob a pharmacy. The judge gave me a choice: jail time or this rehabilitation program called The Farm outside Portland. Not much of a choice, really. The farm wasn't what I expected. No white walls or group therapy circles where you talk about your feelings until you cry. It was literally a farm, acres of land with animals, crops, and hard physical labor from sunrise to sunset. The philosophy was simple: hard work, responsibility, and purpose. We took care of animals, grew food, maintained the property. Something about the routine and being responsible for living creatures just worked for me. 9 months in, I was clean. A year later, I was offered a position as a mentor. Me, the guy who once stole his grandmother's wedding ring for pill money, was now responsible for helping other troubled people find their way back. The irony wasn't lost on me. That's how I met Shauna Reynolds, 23 years old with bright blue hair and more attitude than someone her size should be able to contain. She arrived about 4 months ago, court-ordered like most of us. Possession charges from what I understood. She wasn't happy to be there. Nobody ever is at first, but she seemed to be adjusting okay. Shauna was assigned to the livestock area, which was my responsibility. I taught her how to feed the goats, clean the pens, check for signs of illness. She was good with the animals, especially this ornery old goat named Hector that everyone else hated. That goat would try to headbutt anyone who came near him, but he'd eat right out of Shauna's hand. It's funny the things you remember. She wasn't much of a talker at first. One-word answers, lots of eye rolling. But after a few weeks, she started opening up during our morning chores. Nothing deep, just comments about the weather, complaints about getting up early, normal stuff. She had a sharp sense of humor that would catch me off guard sometimes. I remember one morning when I was explaining the importance of checking the goat's hooves, and she said, "So basically, I'm a goat manicurist now? Should I offer them polish options?" It made me laugh. There were red flags looking back. She was secretive about her past. She'd get defensive if anyone asked too many questions. Sometimes she'd disappear for an hour or two, and when I'd ask where she'd been, she'd just say, "Around." But that's not unusual for people in recovery. We all have our walls. The day it happened started like any other. It was a Thursday in May, warm but not hot yet. The morning sky had that perfect clarity that makes Oregon spring so beautiful. I remember noticing it as I walked from my cabin to the main house for breakfast. Stupid detail to remember, but it sticks with me. How normal everything felt. I was sitting with some of the other mentors when Alan, the program director, came over with this look on his face. You know that expression people get when they're about to deliver bad news but are trying to keep it together? That one. "Jordan, can I talk to you for a minute?" he asked, and I followed him to his office. There were 2 police officers waiting there, a man and a woman, both in uniform. The woman had a folder in her hands. Alan closed the door and said, "These officers are here about Shauna Reynolds." The male officer, Officer Daniels, according to his name tag, explained that they had a warrant for Shauna's arrest. Turns out she wasn't just in for possession. She was wanted in Deschutes County for armed robbery and assault. She'd apparently held up a convenience store 6 months earlier, stabbed the clerk when he tried to stop her, and been on the run since. The court placement at the farm was for a separate minor possession charge under a slightly different name. The system hadn't connected the dots until now. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. This was the girl who'd named one of the baby goats Sprinkles because its spots looked like cupcake decorations. The girl who'd been making actual progress. The girl I'd started to believe in. The officers wanted to know where she was, and I told them she'd be in the barn starting morning chores. Alan suggested I go with them, that maybe hearing it from me first would make her more likely to cooperate. I agreed, thinking I could help de-escalate the situation. God, I was so naive. The walk to the barn felt like walking to an execution. Officer Daniels walked ahead of me, while the female officer, Rivera, stayed a bit behind. They were trying to be discreet, I think, not cause a scene. I found Shauna in the feed room, measuring out grain for the goats. She looked up when I came in and must have seen something on my face because she immediately tensed up. "What's wrong?" she asked, putting down the feed scoop. I tried to stay calm. "Shauna, there are some police officers here who need to talk to you. There's a warrant from Deschutes County." Her face changed. It's hard to describe exactly how, but it was like watching a mask fall away. Her eyes went cold and calculating in a way I'd never seen before. "Are they outside?" she asked quietly. I nodded. "Look, I don't know exactly what happened, but if you cooperate..." She cut me off. "Could you come here for a second? I need to show you something before they come in." I didn't think. I just stepped closer. That's when everything went to hell. She moved so fast I didn't have time to react. 1 second I was standing there, and the next I felt something cold against my throat, and her arm locked around my chest from behind. I froze instantly. "Don't move," she whispered in my ear. "I'm sorry, Jordan, but I'm not going back to prison." The knife. I don't know where she'd been hiding it, but it must have been somewhere in the barn. It felt impossibly sharp against my skin. "Walk toward the door," she ordered, and I did, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Officer Daniels was just outside the barn entrance. When he saw us, his hand immediately went to his weapon. "Gun on the ground now," Shauna screamed, "or I cut his throat." The pressure of the blade increased slightly, and I felt a warm trickle down my neck. Not a deep cut, just enough to show she was serious. Everything seemed to slow down. Officer Daniels raised his hands but didn't drop his weapon. "Take it easy," he said. "Let's talk about this." Officer Rivera appeared from around the corner, her gun already drawn. They were both using the calm, measured tone they must teach in police academy for hostage situations, but I could see the tension in their bodies. "Drop the guns!" Shauna was getting more agitated, her voice cracking. "I said drop them!" I tried to stay as still as possible. My mouth was so dry I couldn't swallow. All I could think was that I didn't want to die in a barn with goat feed under my fingernails. "Shauna," I managed to say, "you don't want to do this, please." "Shut up," she hissed, but her voice broke a little. "Just shut up." She started backing us up, dragging me with her. "We're going to the parking lot and I'm taking a car," she told the officers. "Anyone follows us, he dies." We shuffled backward, this macabre dance. One of Shauna's hands gripped my shirt so tight I could feel her nails through the fabric. The other held the knife steady at my throat. The police officers followed at a distance, weapons still raised. Other residents and staff had noticed by now. I could see them gathered at a distance, faces shocked. Alan was talking frantically into a phone. Someone was crying. We made it to the gravel area near the parking lot when Shauna suddenly stopped. I felt her body shaking against mine. "I can't go back," she whispered, and there was real fear in her voice. "I can't go back to prison." The officers were about 20 feet away now, both with clear shots if I wasn't in the way. "Put down the knife," Officer Rivera called. "Nobody has to get hurt here." I felt Shauna's grip tighten. "Jordan," she said quietly, right in my ear. "I'm sorry." Then she tensed and I felt the knife begin to move, not just threatening anymore, but actually cutting. The pain was sharp and immediate, but before it could go deeper, there was a deafening crack. The pressure at my throat disappeared instantly. Something warm and wet sprayed the side of my face and neck. Shauna's grip released and she collapsed behind me. I stumbled forward, hand flying to my throat. The cut wasn't deep, just a slice that wouldn't even need stitches, but blood was flowing freely between my fingers. My ears were ringing from the gunshot. I turned around and saw Shauna on the ground. Officer Rivera was rushing forward, but it was immediately clear there was nothing to be done. The shot had been perfectly placed. Shauna's eyes were open, staring at nothing, a small, neat hole in her temple. The knife lay beside her outstretched hand. The next few hours were a blur. Paramedics treated the cut on my neck. Police took my statement. People kept asking if I was okay, and I kept nodding mechanically. That night, I sat alone in my cabin, unable to sleep. I kept replaying those final moments. Her whispered, "I'm sorry." The beginning of the cut, the gunshot. Over and over like a loop, I couldn't stop. 8 months later, I still can't make sense of it. Sometimes I think about the Shauna I knew, the one who named a goat Sprinkles and made sarcastic jokes about being a goat manicurist. Was that person real at all, or just another mask she wore? I left the farm 2 months after it happened. Couldn't be there anymore. I've got a job in construction again and a small apartment in Seattle. I'm still clean, that much stuck at least, but I'll never forget the feeling of that knife against my throat, or her last words, or the sound of the shot that saved my life and ended hers. The therapist says writing this down is supposed to help. Maybe it will. But right now, all I know is that sometimes the people we try to save are beyond our reach. And sometimes the price of finding that out is higher than anyone should have to pay. Story 7. I've never shared this story before, not publicly anyway. It's been eating at me for decades now, and I need to get it off my chest before I follow the others to an early grave. I was a Texas Ranger back in '35, assigned to Cochran County during some of the worst years of the Depression. Times were desperate then, folks losing their farms, their homes, their dignity, made some turn to crime out of sheer desperation. Banks in Morton, Whiteface, and Bledsoe were getting hit almost weekly, and most perps would make a dash for the New Mexico border, hoping to disappear into the desert. My name's Victor Cochran. Yeah, same as the county. No relation that I know of, just one of those coincidences. I was 32 back then, thought I'd seen it all already. Shootouts, manhunts, body dumps, the usual ugliness that comes with the badge. But I hadn't seen anything yet. Not really. The first time I visited the Yellow Rose Motel was February of '35, tracking a pair of brothers who'd knocked over the farmers and merchants in Morton. Got a tip they'd been spotted on the highway heading west, likely stopping at the only motel for 50 miles in that direction. The Yellow Rose wasn't much to look at. A horseshoe of 12 rooms with peeling yellow paint, a small office, and a detached garage out back. Sat all alone on that stretch of highway like God had dropped it there by mistake and forgot about it. First impression I had of the place was that it was just sad, dying, like a lot of businesses back then. Martha and Elmer Winslow ran the place. Had to be in their 60s at least. Martha was this tiny bird of a woman with gray hair in a tight bun, always wearing a floral house dress and an apron with little embroidered roses. Elmer was tall, stooped, with these massive hands and a slow, deliberate way of speaking. They seemed like any other struggling older couple trying to keep their business afloat during hard times. No, Ranger Cochran, can't say we've had any young men matching that description. Martha told me that first visit, offering me coffee in a chipped mug. Business has been slow this month. Only had a traveling salesman and a family with a sick child passing through. Elmer nodded along, rocking in his chair behind the front desk. We don't keep much in the way of records, son. Cash business, you understand. Times being what they are. I remember thinking it was odd they kept no guest register, but plenty of small motels operated on a cash basis back then, especially ones catering to people who didn't want to leave a paper trail. Over the next few months, I found myself returning to the Yellow Rose at least 5 more times. Different suspects, same story. The Winslows never seemed to remember any guests matching my descriptions, though they were always polite, always offered coffee or Martha's homemade pie. Such terrible business, all these robberies, Martha would cluck, shaking her head. What's the world coming to when men turn to stealing instead of honest work? By my 4th visit in June, I started noticing inconsistencies. Elmer claimed they hadn't had a guest in 3 days, but I spotted fresh tire tracks leading to one of the rooms. When I pointed this out, he stumbled through an explanation about a customer who'd just stopped to use the bathroom and buy a Coca-Cola. My partner, Dale Jenkins, had a theory. Those old folks are probably taking a cut to shelter these guys, he said one night as we sat in our car down the road from the motel. Criminal way station. Fugitives pay extra for the old couple to deny they were ever there. Made sense. Desperate times made for desperate people, even kindly-looking old folks. What broke the case was Johnny Milligan, a bank robber we caught in Lubbock after he shot a teller. Trying to cut a deal, he started talking about retirement services offered by a yellow motel on the New Mexico highway. Everybody on the run knows about it, he said, eyes darting nervously. You pay the old couple $500, they give you a new name, new papers, and help you disappear. Been operating for years. We needed evidence, so we set up a sting. One of our younger rangers, Mike Donahue, would pose as a fugitive seeking help. Mike was 27, baby-faced, perfect for looking like some scared kid on the run. We gave him a convincing backstory about a bank job gone wrong in Amarillo and marked bills to pay the Winslows. Mike went in on July 12th. We were parked 2 miles down the road, waiting for his signal. A simple drive past our position once he confirmed the Winslows had taken the bait. We never saw Mike again. After 24 hours with no contact, Dale and I called in backup. 6 rangers and 4 county deputies descended on the Yellow Rose at dawn on July 14th. I'll never forget Martha's face when we pulled up, not surprised or scared, just irritated, like we were interrupting her morning routine. "My goodness, all this fuss," she said, wiping her hands on her apron as we approached with guns drawn. "Is something the matter, Ranger Cochran?" Elmer came shuffling out, hands raised placatingly. "Now, boys, whatever's happened, I'm sure we can discuss it civilized-like." We tore that motel apart, room by room. Nothing. No sign of Mike, no evidence of any criminal operation. I was starting to think we'd made a terrible mistake when one of the deputies' bloodhounds started going crazy behind the garage. The dog led us to an old truck that looked like it hadn't moved in years. Underneath it was a trap door, concealed by dirt and grass, with a padlock that looked suspiciously new. When we broke that lock and pulled open the heavy wooden door, the smell hit us first. A sick, sweet odor that caught in the back of my throat and made my eyes water. It was the smell of death, but mixed with something else, chemicals like a funeral home. A narrow set of stairs led down into darkness. I went first, my gun in one hand, flashlight in the other. The beam cut through the blackness, revealing a long corridor dug into the earth, shored up with timber like a mine shaft. It opened into a large room, maybe 30 feet square. What we found down there haunts me to this day. The first room was clearly a kill room. Concrete floor with drains, hoses coiled on hooks, metal table with straps, tools hanging on the walls, saws, knives, cleavers, everything meticulously clean, organized. There were ledgers on a small desk, recording names, dates, and amounts. Mike's name was the last entry, dated yesterday. M. Donahue, 500 plus $43 pocket, watch, $15 value. But it was the second room that broke something inside me, something I've never been able to fix. It was set up like some twisted parlor. Furniture arranged in a semicircle, nice stuff, expensive. A Victrola in the corner, bookshelves, Persian rugs on the dirt floor, and sitting in chairs on the sofa, standing in corners, were the bodies, dozens of them. They'd been preserved somehow, embalmed maybe, posed like they were at a social gathering. Men in suits, some missing parts, all with this vacant, glassy look. One was seated at a small card table, cards still in his stiffened hands. Another stood by the Victrola, posed as if changing a record. And there, in a chair by a reading lamp, was Mike. Still in the clothes he'd worn yesterday, a book open in his lap, eyes staring at nothing. I threw up right there on that expensive rug. Dale had to drag me outside while the others secured the scene. By the time I pulled myself together, the Winslows were in cuffs, sitting calmly in separate patrol cars. I insisted on questioning them myself. Martha was first. "Why?" I asked her, my voice shaking with rage and disgust. "For the money?" She looked at me like I was a child who'd asked a stupid question. "Well, of course the money helped, Victor. Times are hard. But those men were bad men, thieves, killers sometimes. We provided a service." "A service?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "We cleaned up society's mess," she said, smoothing her apron. "And we gave them a proper afterlife. Better than they deserved, really. They're part of our family now." Elmer was even more matter-of-fact. "Been doing it 15 years, he said proudly. "Started during the First War. Martha's got a gift for preservation. Learned it from her daddy, the undertaker." He leaned forward, lowering his voice like he was sharing a trade secret. "The trick is the timing. Too soon after death, the formaldehyde doesn't take right. They killed for money, yes. We found over $20,000 hidden in their bedroom, a fortune back then. But the way they displayed the bodies, the care they took in arranging their family, that wasn't about money. That was something else entirely." The case never went to trial. Elmer died of a heart attack in his cell 3 days after arrest. Martha had advanced cancer, kept it hidden all those years, and died before arraignment. They took their full confession to the grave, leaving us with more questions than answers. We identified 37 victims in that underground horror show. Most were wanted men, but not all. Some were just drifters, people no one would miss. Mike was buried with full honors. I couldn't look his mother in the eye at the funeral. I was the one who sent him in there. I should have gone myself. I started drinking after that. Couldn't sleep without seeing those posed bodies, hearing Martha's calm voice explaining their service. Lost my badge 3 years later after showing up drunk to a crime scene. Lost my marriage 2 years after that. The Yellow Rose Motel was demolished in '39. Nothing there now but empty land and tumbleweeds. Sometimes locals claim they hear music coming from underground when they drive past at night. I believe it. Some evil leaves a stain. I'm 79 now. Don't have many years left. But I still wake up sweating some nights, seeing Mike's face, feeling the weight of what I did, what I failed to do. The depression created monsters of all kinds. Some robbed banks, some killed the bank robbers and kept them as family. And some, like me, just stood by and didn't look close enough until it was too late. Story 8. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me on the PCT back in 2016. I wasn't an outdoorsy person at all before this trip. Just a city girl from LA who got inspired after reading Wild and thought, hey, I could do that too. Looking back, I was ridiculously underprepared for what I was getting myself into. I'd spent weeks watching YouTube videos about hiking and camping, ordering gear online that I barely knew how to use. My parents thought I was crazy when I told them I was going solo hiking for 5 nights near Tehachapi. "Rachel, you've never even been camping before," my mom kept saying. But I was 22 and felt invincible, you know. The first couple days were brutal physically. My pack was too heavy. My boots gave me blisters. And I realized pretty quickly that no amount of YouTube tutorials prepares you for actually being out there alone. But there was something amazing about it too. The sunsets were incredible, and I felt this weird pride in just surviving on my own. Then came day 3. That's when everything went to hell. I was trying to follow my trail map through this patchy forest area where the path wasn't super clear. The trail markers were faded, and I kept second-guessing myself. After about an hour of walking, I realized I had no idea where I was. My phone had 0 signal, of course, and my paper map wasn't helping because I couldn't figure out which landmarks matched up with what I was seeing. I sat down on this fallen log to try and orient myself, fighting back tears of frustration. That's when I heard someone say, "You look a bit turned around, miss." I nearly jumped out of my skin. This older guy with a weathered face and a friendly smile was standing about 20 feet away. He introduced himself as Alan and said he lived in a cabin not far from there. He explained he often hiked these trails and offered to point me back in the right direction. I was hesitant at first, strange man in the woods and all that, but he kept a respectful distance and seemed genuinely concerned. As we walked and he helped me navigate back to the main trail, he started telling me about the area. "Most folks around here are good people," he said, "but you should know about Old Ben. He lives out in the wilderness between Black Mountain and Sugarloaf. Keeps to himself mostly." I asked if I should be worried about him. Alan shrugged. "Ben's never hurt nobody that I know of, but he's different. Been out here alone for decades. Sometimes he follows hikers for a while, watches them. It spooks people." The way he said it made my stomach knot up. Alan must have noticed my expression because he quickly added, "Don't worry too much. Just stay on the main trail and you'll be fine." After Alan left me at the trail junction, I couldn't stop thinking about what he'd said. I kept glancing over my shoulder as I hiked, jumping at every snapping twig. By mid-afternoon, I was exhausted and found a nice spot to rest by a stream. I took off my boots to soak my aching feet in the cool water. That's when I saw him. About 50 yards away, partially hidden behind a tree, stood a man dressed in tattered camouflage clothes. His hair was long and matted, his beard filthy and reaching down to his chest. He was just staring at me, not moving, not saying anything. I froze. This had to be Old Ben. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I didn't know what to do, so I awkwardly raised my hand and waved, thinking maybe he'd just wave back and move on. He did wave back, but something about it was deeply unsettling. He mimicked my exact motion, like he was studying human behavior and trying to copy it. Then I made the mistake of speaking. Hello there," I called out, trying to sound casual despite my racing heart. Hello there," he repeated, matching my tone perfectly. Not like an echo, but like he was trying on my voice to see how it fit. "I'm just passing through," I said, quickly putting my boots back on. "I'm just passing through," he repeated, tilting his head slightly. "I should get going now," I said, slinging my backpack over my shoulders. "I should get going now," he mimicked again. I hurried away, not running but walking as fast as I could without looking completely terrified. I glanced back once to see if he was following me, but he'd disappeared. That almost felt worse than seeing him. I had planned to camp near Sugarloaf Mountain that night. By the time I reached my intended campsite, the sun was starting to set. I debated whether to keep hiking through the night to get away from the area, but I was already exhausted, and hiking in the dark seemed even more dangerous. I set up my tent with shaking hands, constantly looking around. I had a small handgun. With me, a Ruger LCP that my dad insisted I bring. I'd never fired it outside of a shooting range, but I kept it close as I built a small fire and heated up my freeze-dried dinner. I couldn't eat much. My stomach was in knots. The forest had gotten so quiet as darkness fell. Too quiet. Then I heard it. Footsteps slowly approaching from behind the trees. Twigs snapping. I grabbed my gun and stood up. "Who's there?" I called out, hating how my voice cracked with fear. Old Ben stepped into the dim circle of my firelight. He'd managed to silently get within 15 feet of my camp. In the flickering light, he looked even more disturbing. His eyes reflected the flames like an animal's. "Get away from my camp," I said, trying to sound firm. "Get away from my camp," he parroted, but then did something that chilled me to the bone. Instead of just mimicking me exactly, he started selecting certain words I'd said and rearranging them. "Camp away, get from me, worry about seeing me." It wasn't random. He was communicating through my own words. threatening me with them. "I have a gun," I said, raising it slightly so he could see. He tilted his head, seemingly curious rather than afraid. "I have you," he said, using my voice but forming his own sentence. "I'll shoot if you come any closer," I warned, thumbing off the safety. He stared at me for what felt like an eternity, then slowly backed away into the darkness without a word. I didn't put the gun down for at least 30 minutes after he disappeared. There was no way I was sleeping that night. I kept the fire going, sitting with my back against a tree so nothing could sneak up behind me. Around 2 in the morning, I was fighting to stay awake when I heard the tree branches above me rattling. I shined my flashlight up and nearly screamed. Old Ben had climbed the tree directly above my tent. He was perched on a branch about 15 feet up, staring down at me. "What do you want?" I yelled, pointing the gun up at him, my hands shaking so badly I could barely aim. He didn't mimic me this time. Instead, he started singing in a raspy, unused voice. "I'm just a little sleepwalker walking in my sleep, and I'm dreaming of that girl I'm gonna keep." The song sent ice through my veins. It wasn't just the words, but how he sang it, like a twisted lullaby. He repeated it over and over, sometimes whispering, sometimes almost shouting, all while staring down at me. For hours, he stayed in that tree, watching me, occasionally singing that terrible song. I kept my gun trained on him, but I was terrified of actually having to shoot someone. What if I missed? What if it just made him angry? "I will shoot you if you try to come down here," I called up to him, making a point of loudly chambering a round in my pistol so he could hear it. He fell silent for a while after that. I don't know if the gun intimidated him or if he just got bored, but he didn't move from his perch. Just before dawn, I must have dozed off for a few minutes despite my terror. When I jolted awake, he was gone from the tree. I frantically looked around, terrified he might be right behind me. But there was no sign of him anywhere. I didn't wait around to see if he'd come back. I packed up my stuff faster than I'd ever done anything in my life, leaving half my breakfast uneaten. I practically ran down the trail away from Sugarloaf Mountain, constantly looking over my shoulder. I abandoned my original camping plans for the rest of the trip. I hitchhiked to Lake Isabella, something I'd normally never do, but I was more afraid of staying in those woods than getting in a stranger's car, and checked into the first motel I found. I spent a full day just lying in bed, jumping at every sound in the hallway. I did finish the rest of my hiking trip eventually, but I stayed at established campgrounds with other people around. I couldn't bear the thought of camping alone again. It's been years now, and I've managed to get back into hiking. I've even done some solo overnight trips, but I always bring bear spray, my gun, and a personal locator beacon. And I never ever camp near Sugarloaf Mountain. The worst part is that song. Sometimes when I'm setting up camp, even now I can hear it in my head. I'm just a little sleepwalker walking in my sleep, and I'm dreaming of that girl I'm gonna keep. I've tried researching old Ben since then. I found a few forum posts from other hikers who've seen him, but no one seems to know his real name or history. Some locals said he used to be normal, a park ranger or something, before some tragedy changed him. Others say he was always strange. All I know is that I've never felt fear like I did that night, watching a grown man perched in a tree above me, singing about keeping me while I held a gun with shaking hands and prayed for morning to come. I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't had that gun, or if he'd decided my threats weren't serious. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear branches rattling above my bedroom window. The scariest part? I have no explanation for what happened or why he targeted me. It just happened, and then it was over, leaving me with nothing but nightmares and questions that will probably never be answered. Story 9. I've never actually written this all down before. It's been more than 30 years, but I still think about it almost every week. Sometimes I still wake up at night covered in sweat, remembering the smell. I managed a few buildings in the East Village back in the 80s. Nothing fancy, just old walk-ups that needed constant attention. The neighborhood was rough back then, not like the hipster paradise it is now. Lots of junkies, homeless people, and the occasional working family just trying to get by. I wasn't some big-shot landlord, just a guy in his 30s trying to make a living. One of my tenants was this older guy named Albert Russo, lived in apartment 4 in my building on East 7th Street. He'd been there about 3 years when everything happened, always paid his rent on time, never complained about anything. Quiet guy, kept to himself. I'd see him maybe once a month in the hallway, and he'd just nod. Didn't talk much. Had this gray stubble and always wore the same brown jacket, even in summer. I figured he was just another loner in the city. It was July 1989, one of those brutal New York summer days, where the humidity makes everything feel like it's melting. I was fixing a sink in another building when my pager went off. Yeah, a pager. This was before everyone had cell phones. I called the number from a payphone, and this woman answered. "Is this Tony?" she asked. Her voice was shaky. I told her yes, and she introduced herself as Clara, Albert Russo's niece. Said she hadn't heard from her uncle in weeks, which wasn't like him. They usually talked every Sunday. She'd been calling his apartment, but no answer. "I'm worried something happened to him," she said. "Could you please check his apartment? I'd come myself, but I live in Philadelphia." I told her I'd go over right away and call her back. But before I hung up, she said, "Actually, I'm in the city today. Could we meet at the building? I'd like to be there." That seemed reasonable. Family worried about an older relative wanting to be there firsthand. I agreed to meet her in an hour. When I got to the building, there was a woman waiting outside. Mid-30s, brown hair pulled back, wearing a sensible blouse despite the heat. She looked nervous. She showed me her ID to prove she was Clara Russo, though I hadn't actually asked. Something about her seemed off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. We went upstairs together, not saying much. The stairwell was stifling in the July heat. By the time we reached the 4th floor, we were both sweating. I remember Clara kept wringing her hands. I knocked on Albert's door. Nothing. Knocked harder and called his name. Still nothing. "I'm going to use my key," I told Clara. She nodded, standing slightly behind me. The moment I turned the key, I knew something was wrong. There was this resistance, like something was pushing back against the door. When I finally got it open a few inches, this wall of stench hit us. Not just the smell of garbage or even a dead rat. This was something much worse. Clara gagged and covered her mouth. I pushed harder against the door, and whatever was blocking it turned out to be piled up trash bags, gave way. The apartment was dark, with all the blinds drawn. Flies were buzzing everywhere. The living room was filled with stacks of newspapers, old food containers, and black garbage bags. Not your normal, messy apartment. This was something else entirely. "Jesus," I muttered. "Albert? You in here?" Clara stayed near the door, her face pale. "Maybe we should call someone," she whispered. I should have listened to her. Should have backed right out and called the cops. But I was worried Albert might be in there hurt, or worse. so I stepped in further. The small kitchen was even worse. Dishes piled in the sink with what looked like months of rotting food. More garbage bags, and the smell was getting stronger. "Albert?" I called again, moving toward the single bedroom. The door was partially open. That smell. I've worked in buildings all my life. I found dead rats in walls, sewage backups, all kinds of nasty stuff. But this was different. This was death, but wrong somehow. Sweet and rotten and chemical all at once. I pushed the bedroom door open with my foot. The room was dim, with just a sliver of light coming through a crack in the blinds. There was a shape on the bed, covered with a sheet. A human shape, not moving. "Oh, God," Clara said from behind me. She'd followed me in despite the smell. Is that him?" My heart was pounding. I'd never found a dead body before. "Stay back," I told her, approaching the bed slowly. Flies were swarming around the sheet, landing and taking off again. The sheet had these dark stains all over it. I reached out and pinched the edge of the sheet between my thumb and forefinger. Took a deep breath through my mouth, trying not to smell. Then I pulled it back. I've tried for years to describe what I saw, but words never quite capture it. It was human-shaped, lying on its back. But it wasn't human. The skin was bloated and splitting open in places, revealing something dark and wrong underneath. The face, God. The face had these hollow sockets where eyes should be, and the mouth was this gaping hole that seemed too wide, stretched in what almost looked like a smile. There were flies crawling in and out of the openings. Clara screamed, actually screamed, like in a horror movie. Then she threw up right there on the floor and ran out of the apartment. I couldn't move at first. I was just staring at this thing on the bed, because that's what it was, a thing, not Albert, not human. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Then I noticed the smell had changed. With the sheet pulled back, there was a new odor, like raw meat left out for days. And there was movement, not just the flies, but something under the skin, like it was rippling. I backed away, bumping into the wall, then turned and ran out of the apartment. Clara was downstairs on the sidewalk, bent over and still retching. I went to the payphone on the corner and called 911 with shaking hands. "There's a body," I told the operator, "in one of my apartments, but there's something wrong with it." The next few hours were chaos. Police, ambulance, people in hazmat suits going in and out of the building. They evacuated the whole floor. I sat on the stoop, answering questions from detectives. Clara had disappeared, literally just walked away while I was on the phone. I gave the cops her name and the number she'd called me from. After about 2 hours, one of the guys in hazmat suits came over to talk to the detective standing near me. I overheard him say, "It's not human." Not human. Those words sent ice through my veins. What the hell was in that apartment? Later that evening, after most of the emergency vehicles had left, a woman in a suit introduced herself as Dr. Kaminsky from the medical examiner's office. She looked exhausted. "Mr. Vitale," she said, "I understand you're the landlord?" I nodded. "We need to ask you some questions about Mr. Russo. Did you notice anything unusual about his behavior recently?" I told her I barely saw him, that he kept to himself. "And the woman who was with you? His niece?" "Clara," I said. She called me worried because she hadn't heard from him. Dr. Kaminsky exchanged looks with the detective. "We're trying to locate her. The number she gave you is disconnected." That's when they told me what they'd found. The thing on the bed wasn't Albert Russo. It wasn't human at all. It was some kind of construction, A sculpture made of meat, animal parts, pigeons, rats, squirrels, even some larger animals like raccoons, all stitched together with wire and twine to form a human shape. Some parts were fresh, others had been there for weeks, rotting, and Albert was nowhere to be found. They found more horrors in that apartment. The garbage bags weren't filled with trash. They contained animal remains, bones, fur, feathers, tools for cutting and stitching, chemicals for preserving. In the bathroom, the tub was stained dark brown. There were jars with things floating in them that I don't want to describe. People started coming forward over the next few days. Neighbors who'd noticed missing pets, others who said they'd seen Albert feeding pigeons in the park, carrying a large bag. One homeless guy claimed he'd seen Albert dragging what looked like a dead raccoon into the building late one night. The police investigated for weeks. They found that Albert Russo wasn't even his real name. The social security number he'd given me belonged to someone who'd died in 1972. His fingerprints weren't in any database. The photo ID Clara had shown me, they found it in the apartment along with other fake IDs with different names. They never found Albert, or Clara if that was even her real name. The detective told me they suspected she might have been his accomplice, not his niece. That would explain why she disappeared after seeing the meat person, as the cops started calling it. Maybe she knew what it was. Maybe she'd helped make it. I had to have the apartment gutted. Even after the cleanup crew finished, no one would rent it. I eventually sold the building in the mid-90s when the neighborhood started changing. For months after, I'd call the detective working the case, asking if they'd found anything. The calls got less frequent as time passed. Eventually, I stopped asking. Sometimes I wonder if Albert is still out there somewhere, building his meat people in some other apartment, or if Clara is. I wonder what drove someone to create something so horrific. What was the purpose? Was it some twisted art project, a ritual, or just the work of a deeply disturbed mind? I still have nightmares about that day, about pulling back the sheet and seeing that thing on the bed, the hollow eye sockets, the rippling skin, the buzzing flies, and sometimes in the dreams, it moves. It sits up. It reaches for me with its stitched-together hands, and I wake up screaming, the smell of rotting meat still in my nostrils. Story 10. I still can't sleep with my blinds open. It's been 15 years, but I won't risk waking up to see a face pressed against the glass. Not after what happened that summer in Mexico. I was 8 years old when my family made our annual trip to visit my grandmother Tana. We're Kickapoo, and even though we lived in Texas most of the year, we'd always go back to our ancestral lands in Mexico during summer break. Grandma Tana's property sat at the base of a mountain range in a remote area where the nearest neighbor was about 2 miles away. It was beautiful during the day, open sky, rolling hills leading to the mountains, wildflowers everywhere. But at night, it felt different, isolated, exposed. Grandma had 2 houses on her property, the old one with barred windows and steel doors that she'd lived in for decades, and a newer one she'd built about 50 yards away when more families started coming to visit. The newer house had regular windows that could open, which was nice during the hot Mexican summers. That year, there were 14 of us visiting. My parents, my 2 older brothers, my aunt and uncle with their 3 kids, my mom's cousin and her husband, plus 2 of my grandma's sisters. It was crowded, which is why we split between the 2 houses. My family stayed with Grandma in the old house, while my aunt and uncle took their kids, including my 7-year-old cousin Hosa, to the newer house. The first 3 days were normal. We'd spend our time helping Grandma with chores, exploring the property. but never too far into the foothills. Grandma had strict rules about that. Cooking traditional foods and listening to the elders tell stories by the fire pit each night. On the fourth night, I remember waking up needing to pee. The bathroom was across the hall, and as I made my way back to bed, I heard my grandmother and my mom talking in low voices in the kitchen. I caught a few words in our native language that I didn't fully understand, but I heard mountains and something that sounded like watching. I didn't think much of it and went back to sleep. It must have been around 3 in the morning when we were all jolted awake by the most terrifying screams I'd ever heard. It was Hosa, and he sounded absolutely hysterical. Before I could even sit up in bed, I heard my parents and uncles rushing out of their rooms. My dad grabbed the big flashlight we kept by the door and shouted for me and my brothers to stay inside. I disobeyed, but I didn't go outside. Instead, I went to the living room window that faced the new house. Through the steel bars, I could see flashlight beams cutting through the darkness as the adults ran toward the screams. My aunt was already outside the new house, holding Hosa, who was sobbing uncontrollably. The men spread out, sweeping their flashlights across the property, pointing them toward the fence line and up toward the mountain foothills. My grandmother stood on her porch, completely still, staring not at the commotion but at something else, the ground around her house. Then she slowly walked the perimeter of the old house, bending down occasionally to look at something near the foundation. A chill ran through me. I went back to bed before anyone caught me watching, but I couldn't sleep. When morning came, I heard Hosa's story along with everyone else. I woke up because I felt cold air, he said, his eyes still red from crying. I thought maybe the window was open, but when I looked, I saw her. Who? My aunt asked, rubbing his back. The old lady, Hosa said. She had her face between the bars of the window, looking at me. Her skin was really white and she had super long gray hair. She was smiling at me, and her hair was almost touching my face. My uncle tried to say it was just a nightmare, but Hosa was adamant. She was real. When I screamed, she disappeared. But she was there. That's when my grandmother spoke up. There are footprints all around both houses. We all went outside to look. Sure enough, there were bare footprints in the soft earth that circled both houses. They were at every window, as if someone had stopped to peer inside each one. The prints were small, like a woman's, and they led away from the houses toward the mountains. My mother grabbed my hand so tight it hurt. Nobody goes anywhere alone from now on, she announced. The adults all nodded in agreement. That night, my uncles took turns keeping watch. I was moved to sleep in my grandmother's room with my mom, while my dad and brothers slept in the living room. Nobody stayed in the newer house. Everyone crammed into the old house with the barred windows and steel doors. The next day was tense. The adults spoke in hushed tones, and Grandma Tana spent hours on the phone with elders from our tribe who lived nearby. I overheard bits and pieces, something about mountain spirits and protecting the children. My grandmother burned sage and cedar in every room and placed small medicine bundles above each door and window. That evening, as the sun was setting, my oldest brother pointed toward the fence line. "What's that?" We all turned to look. About 100 yards away, near where our property met the beginning of the foothills, the tall grass was moving. Not like it would in the wind. This was more deliberate, like something was moving through it. My uncle grabbed his binoculars. "I don't see anything," he said, scanning the area. "Wait," he stiffened. "There's someone there." My dad took the binoculars. "Where?" "I don't see." He stopped mid-sentence. "It's gone. Whatever it was, it's gone." "What did you see?" my mom demanded. Just for a second, my uncle said. A figure standing up in the grass, gray hair. That night was worse than the one before. Around midnight, we started hearing noises outside, rustling sounds too deliberate to be the wind and too persistent to be an animal passing by. Then came the scratching. It started at the back of the house, light at first, then more insistent, like fingernails dragging across the outer walls. My grandmother got up and began singing a prayer song, her voice steady despite the fear I could see in her eyes. The scratching stopped, but moved to another part of the house. Now it was at my grandmother's bedroom window, where I was supposed to be sleeping. I burrowed deeper under the covers while my mom went to get my dad. The scratching continued for nearly an hour, moving from window to window. My dad and uncles would rush outside with flashlights each time, but they never caught sight of whoever or whatever was causing it. The only evidence we found the next morning were muddy handprints on the wall beneath one of the windows. That afternoon, I sat on the porch steps, watching my older brothers and cousins play a half-hearted game of soccer in the yard. Nobody's heart was in it. I noticed my mom and grandmother sitting at the kitchen table, talking intently. I sneaked closer to the open window to listen. "This has happened before, hasn't it?" my mother asked. Grandma Tana sighed. "Yes, when your father was still alive, and before that, when I was a girl." "Why didn't you ever tell us?" "What good would it do? It doesn't happen often, only when there are many of us gathered here." "What are they?" my mother asked. "The old ones say they come from the mountains. They're curious about us. They like to look at sleeping children through windows." A cold knot formed in my stomach. "That's why the old house has bars on every window," Grandma continued. "Your grandfather put them in after what happened to your brother." My uncle, the one who never came to Mexico, who I'd only met a few times in my life. "He was never the same after that night," my mom whispered. They went quiet as my aunt entered the room. I slipped away before they could catch me eavesdropping. That afternoon, my uncle and dad decided to follow the footprints. They led from our house straight toward the foothills. I wasn't supposed to go, but I followed at a distance. The footprints were strange. They showed signs of dragged feet, like whoever made them couldn't lift their legs properly. The men stopped at the edge of our property, where the prints continued into the rocks and scrub of the foothills. "We shouldn't go further," my grandmother said. She had come up behind me and put her hand on my shoulder. "Not without proper protection." That night, we did a ceremony. The details are private to our culture, but it involved prayers for protection and setting boundaries around our family. After that, my grandmother seemed more at ease, though she still insisted everyone sleep in the old house. We left a day earlier than planned. As we packed the cars, I noticed my grandmother place something at each corner of both houses, small bundles tied with red thread. "To keep them away until next time," she said when she caught me watching. "It's been 15 years. I've only been back to Mexico twice, both for funerals. When I do go, I stay in the old house with the sealed windows and never, ever look outside after dark." Last month, I moved into a new apartment. The property manager asked if I wanted to remove the security bars from my bedroom window. "Most tenants in this area don't feel they need them," she said. I told her to leave them on, because sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still think about what my mom said to my grandmother as we were leaving. "Do you think they follow people home?" Grandma didn't answer. She just hugged me tighter and whispered in my ear, "Never invite them in." To this day, I sleep with my curtains closed and a nightlight on, because I know that somewhere there's an old woman with pale skin and long gray hair who likes to press her face between window bars to watch children sleep. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear the faintest scratching sound on my window, like fingernails gently testing the glass. Story 11. I still can't sleep right after what happened last week. I've been trying to talk to my friends about it, but they either think I'm making it up or they get freaked out and change the subject. I figured people here might understand better. I'm Diné, Navajo, and I grew up on the reservation in Arizona. Last weekend, I was heading back from Flagstaff with my mom after visiting my older sister at college. It was already getting dark by the time we left, around 7 in the evening, and we had about a 3-hour drive ahead of us back to our home near Chinle. Mom doesn't like driving at night on the res. Nobody really does. The roads are mostly deserted, no streetlights, and there's always this feeling like you're being watched. Growing up, we were always told to be careful after dark, not just because of regular dangers, but because of the other things that might be out there. I was scrolling through my phone when Mom suddenly spoke up. "Put that away and pay attention to the road," she said. "You need to know how to be safe out here." I looked up. We were on a particularly empty stretch of highway. The headlights only illuminated about 20 feet ahead, and beyond that was pure darkness. The moon was barely visible behind some clouds, and there weren't any other cars in sight. The radio was playing some old country song, but Mom reached over and turned it down. "Did I ever tell you about what happened to your Aunt Najoni when she was about your age?" she asked. I shook my head. Mom doesn't usually share scary stories. She says they invite bad energy. So when she started talking, I knew this was important. "Your aunt used to be wild when she was younger," Mom began. "This was back in the early 90s. She and her friends would pile into Jacob Tsosi's old van and drive around the reservation at night. They'd play music, drink beer, and just mess around like teenagers do. I used to tell her it wasn't safe, but she wouldn't listen." Mom's knuckles were white on the steering wheel as she continued. "One night in October, they were out near the Canyonlands, about 30 miles from where we're driving right now. It was around midnight, and they were the only ones out there. 4 of them. Your aunt, Jacob, Mary Begay, and that boy from Tuba City. I can't remember his name. Anyway, they were parked at this lookout point. Not a real tourist spot, just a place where you can see across the valley. They had the radio on, drinking cheap beer, when they heard something hit the side of the van. I felt a chill run down my spine as Mom spoke. The way she was telling it, I could tell this wasn't just some made-up story to scare me. At first, they thought it was just a small rock kicked up by the wind, but then they heard it again and again, like pebbles hitting the metal, but in a pattern, not random, deliberate. Just as Mom said this, something hit our car. I nearly jumped out of my skin, but Mom just sighed. "It's just a bug hitting the windshield," she said. "Nothing to worry about, not like what your aunt experienced." She continued with the story. Jacob turned off the radio, and they all got quiet, listening. The tapping continued, moving around the van like someone, or something, was walking around it, tapping as they went. Aunt Najoni said she knew right away what it was. She'd been raised with the old stories. I didn't need to ask what she meant. We all know about skinwalkers and other entities that roam our lands, but we don't talk about them directly. It's like saying their name gives them power. Your aunt told everyone to be quiet and stay still. No one was supposed to look outside or acknowledge whatever was out there. But Jacob, being stupid and drunk, shouted out, "Who's there?" That's when everything got worse. Mom slowed our car as we approached a curve in the road. The headlights swept across the desert scrub and rock formations. For a split second, I thought I saw something move in the darkness beyond the light, but it was gone before I could really see it. They heard something land on the roof of the van. Mom continued. Something heavy. The whole van shook. Then there was a scraping sound, like nails, but not human nails, dragging across the metal. I found myself looking up at the roof of our car involuntarily. Jacob tried to start the engine, but it wouldn't turn over. Just that clicking sound of a dead battery. But the battery wasn't dead. They'd just been playing music on it. Something was preventing the van from starting. Mom took a deep breath before continuing. That's when they saw the hand. It reached down from the roof, over the windshield. Aunt Nijoni said it was pale, almost gray-white, like something that had never seen the sun. The fingers were too long, too thin, and bent at odd angles. And the nails? Mom shuddered. The nails were yellowed and curved, several inches long, like they'd been growing for years without being cut. My heart was pounding now. We were passing through a particularly dark stretch of road, with mesa shadows creating pools of absolute blackness on either side. I reached over and turned the interior light on, which made Mom frown. "Turn that off," she said sharply. "You don't want to attract attention out here." I switched it off immediately, feeling stupid for even thinking it would help. The hand scraped across the windshield, leaving these faint marks on the glass. Then it disappeared. They thought maybe whatever it was had left, but then Jacob screamed. The thing had jumped down from the roof and was now standing right outside his window, staring in. What did it look like?" I asked, even though part of me didn't want to know. Mom was quiet for a moment. Aunt Nijoni wouldn't describe it in detail. She said it was sort of human-shaped, but wrong in ways that made your brain hurt just looking at it. Its limbs were too long, its movements too jerky. And its face. Mom paused. She said its face was the worst part, but she wouldn't explain more than that. Just that looking at it made her feel like she was going to lose her mind. I glanced out my window and immediately regretted it. The darkness seemed alive now, shifting and moving just beyond where I could see clearly. Jacob froze up completely. Mary started crying. Your aunt was the only one who kept her head. She scrambled to the back of the van, pulling the others with her. She started reciting protection prayers our grandmother had taught her, the ones we're not supposed to use unless it's a real emergency. I know those prayers too. Every Navajo kid learns them, even if some pretend they don't believe in that stuff anymore. The thing started tapping on all the windows, one by one. Tap, 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 pause. Tap, 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 like it was testing each one, looking for a way in. They could hear it breathing. Aunt Nijoni said it sounded wet and raspy, like someone with fluid in their lungs. This went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 or 20 minutes. Mom slowed down as we approached another curve. And then, suddenly, it stopped. Complete silence. They sat there, huddled together, too scared to move. After about 5 minutes of nothing, Aunt Nijoni crawled back to the driver's seat. Jacob was still frozen in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead. She turned the key, and this time the engine started right up. I realized I'd been holding my breath and let it out slowly. She floored it, driving as fast as she could back toward town. About a mile down the road, she glanced in the rearview mirror and saw it standing in the middle of the road, watching the van drive away. She said it was unnaturally tall, silhouetted against the night sky. And then they turned a corner, and it was gone. We were passing a rock formation that looked vaguely human-shaped in the dim moonlight. I quickly looked away. None of them ever went back to that spot, Mom continued. And they rarely talked about what happened, even among themselves. Jacob moved off the reservation a year later. Mary became very religious. And your Aunt Nijoni, well, you know how she is now. Always looking over her shoulder, never going out after dark if she can help it. I nodded. Aunt Nijoni was always the most cautious person I knew. She had so many protection rituals and rules that we used to make fun of her when we were kids. Now I understood why. I'm telling you this because you need to understand, Mom said firmly. These roads aren't safe at night, not just because of regular dangers, but because there are things out here that most people don't believe in anymore. Things that have been here long before us and will be here long after. Things that see us as trespassers, or worse. Just then, our headlights illuminated a small gas station and convenience store up ahead. Mom signaled and pulled in, even though we had plenty of gas. We'll take a little break here, she said. Stretch our legs, get some coffee. We still have about an hour and a half to go. The bright fluorescent lights of the store were reassuring after the darkness of the highway. There was only one employee inside, an older Navajo man who nodded at us as we entered. I grabbed a soda from the cooler while Mom got herself some coffee. As she paid, I wandered back outside, standing under the bright lights of the gas station canopy. I glanced at our car, then up at the roof, half expecting to see scratch marks or something worse. There was nothing, of course, just our ordinary car sitting in the ordinary gas station light. But when I looked beyond that light, into the darkness surrounding us, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching. The desert at night seemed to breathe with a life of its own. The shadows between the rocks and scrub brush could be hiding anything. Mom came out a minute later and handed me a coffee. Drink this. We need to stay alert. As we got back in the car, I noticed Mom checking the mirrors more frequently than usual, scanning the road both ahead and behind. I found myself doing the same, my eyes constantly drawn to the roof of our car in the side mirror, watching for any movement. Mom, I finally asked as we pulled back onto the highway, do you think Aunt Nijoni really saw, you know? She didn't answer immediately. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating only a small portion of the vast, empty landscape. I think, she said carefully, that there are things in this world that we don't understand. And I think that sometimes it's better not to look too closely at the shadows. We drove the rest of the way in silence. I kept my eyes on the road, alert for any sign of movement, any sound that didn't belong. Every tap against the car made me flinch, even when it was just road debris or an insect. It's been a week since that drive, and I still can't stop thinking about Aunt Nijoni's experience. Last night, I heard something tap on my bedroom window. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 and I nearly had a heart attack. It was just a tree branch moved by the wind, but for a moment I could have sworn I saw a pale hand with long, curved nails reaching for the glass. I didn't sleep at all after that. I don't know if what happened to Aunt Nijoni was real or just a scary story meant to keep me safe. All I know is that I won't be driving those reservation roads at night anymore. And if you ever find yourself out there after dark, keep your doors locked, your eyes forward, and whatever you do, don't acknowledge the tapping, because some things once invited never leave. Story 12. I've been doing search and rescue in Olympic National Forest for almost 20 years now, but there's one search I still can't talk about without getting goosebumps. It happened in the summer of '83, and I haven't been able to look at those woods the same way since. It was the second week of July when we got the call about Terry Fishgold. Terry was a local guy, mid-30s, who everybody knew as an experienced hiker. He'd been all over those mountains since he was a kid, knew the trails better than most of the rangers. When he didn't come back from what should have been a routine solo hike, his wife called it in. He was supposed to be gone just for the day, heading up from a trailhead near the Quinault River to a ridge about 8 miles north. Simple trip for someone like Terry. By the time we organized the search, he'd been missing for 36 hours. We assembled at 5 in the morning, just as the sky was getting light. I remember it was unusually warm already, and the air had that heavy feeling before it rains. There were maybe 30, 40 of us total, a mix of official search and rescue, local law enforcement, and civilian volunteers who knew the area. My team drew the western edge of the search grid, following along the river. The first few hours were quiet. Nothing but birds and the sound of us calling Terry's name. I'd done dozens of searches like this before. Usually we'd find the person cold and tired but alive, having twisted an ankle or gotten turned around in the trees. Occasionally we'd find someone who'd fallen and died from exposure. Once in a blue moon, we wouldn't find them at all. Around noon, Mac, he was the newest guy on our team, spotted something that didn't belong. About 30 feet up in a massive Douglas fir was Terry's backpack, not dropped at the base of the tree, not hung carefully on a branch. It was literally lodged up in the high branches, like someone had thrown it there with incredible force. We had to use climbing gear to get up to it, and what we found made my stomach turn. The pack was torn open, not just along the seams, but with long gashes through the fabric, like something had clawed or cut right through it. The contents were spilled everywhere, across the branches and on the ground below. Energy bars, a water bottle, a map, spare socks, all scattered like confetti. I radioed it in while the others documented the scene. None of us said it, but we were all thinking the same thing. No human could throw a pack that high. We continued the search, marking the backpack location on our grid maps with a big X. 2 hours later, Mike called out from about 50 yards ahead of me. In a small clearing, barely bigger than a car, stood one of Terry's hiking boots, just standing there, perfectly upright, like he'd simply stepped out of it. No drag marks, no signs of struggle, no blood, just a single boot in the middle of nowhere. I know how this sounds. I questioned what I was seeing too, but all 5 of us saw it, photographed it, bagged it for evidence. The boot was a size 11 Danner, well worn, but good quality. The kind Terry was known to wear, according to his wife's description. We'd barely had time to process this when the radio crackled. Another search team, about 2 miles east of our position, had found Terry's other boot, with his foot still in it. I wish I was making this up. The second boot had Terry's severed right foot inside it, cut clean through the ankle. The medical examiner later said the cut appeared to be fresh, made with something extremely sharp, not torn or chewed like you'd expect from an animal attack, just sliced. By this point, we'd called in additional resources and law enforcement. The mood changed. This wasn't a rescue mission anymore. As we pushed deeper into the grid, we started noticing blood, not puddles or splashes, but small, deliberate marks, smears on tree trunks at odd heights, droplets splattered across branches, little specks that, when you stepped back and really looked, seemed to be everywhere. Some of the marks were 10 feet high on trees with no branches or access points below them. How does blood get 10 feet up a smooth trunk? The blood trail, if you could call it that, didn't make any logical sense. It wasn't like tracking a wounded animal. The marks appeared in every direction, sometimes hundreds of yards apart with nothing in between. It was almost like something was deliberately placing the blood, marking the forest. By sunset, we had covered maybe a third of our search grid. We made camp, nobody wanting to admit how freaked out we all were. I've been in the woods my whole life, hunted since I was a kid, seen bear and cougar attacks. This was different, wrong. The second day was worse. We found Terry's watch with the band snapped, hanging from a branch. Later, a scrap of his plaid shirt wedged into a rock crevice. A clump of hair, DNA later confirmed it was Terry's, stuck to a fern like someone had carefully placed it there. Every few hundred yards, another small piece of evidence that made no sense. The blood marks continued, becoming more frequent. I started mapping them on my grid, marking each spot with a little red X. By mid-afternoon, my map was dotted with dozens of these marks, spread across miles of forest. No drag marks connected them. No footprints, human or animal. Just isolated drops and smears, appearing randomly throughout the search area. That evening, Jim found teeth, human teeth, scattered across a patch of moss like someone had sprinkled them there. 5 of them, all molars, all belonging to Terry Fishgold, according to his dental records. They weren't broken or shattered. They looked like they'd been carefully extracted and deliberately placed. None of us slept that night. I kept thinking I heard whispers just outside our camp perimeter. The others said they felt it too, like we were being watched from just beyond the flashlight beams. We took shifts staying awake, but nothing approached our camp. The third day, the search coordinator called us all back to base camp. With no sign of Terry's body despite the substantial blood evidence and no clear indication of what happened, they were calling off the active search. The official report would list the incident as a probable animal attack, likely a black bear. The missing body would be attributed to scavengers and the rugged terrain. But we all knew, that explanation was bullshit. No bear could throw a pack 30 feet into a tree. No cougar would remove a man's foot so cleanly, leaving the boot standing upright. No known predator would spread blood and body parts in such a deliberate, almost ritualistic pattern across miles of forest. The search team broke up not long after that. Some members quit search and rescue entirely. A few moved away without leaving forwarding addresses. Jim started drinking heavily and refused to talk about what we'd found. I kept the map, though, the one with all the blood marks still indicated by little red X's. Sometimes I take it out and stare at it, trying to see a pattern, trying to make sense of what happened to Terry Fishgold. The Forest Service closed that section of trail for maintenance after Terry disappeared. It reopened 6 months later, but locals avoid it now. They say the trees don't sound right there anymore. The birds don't sing the same way. I still do search and rescue, but I always find an excuse to avoid that particular area. Call it superstition, call it trauma, but I know something was in those woods that day. Something that tore Terry Fishgold apart piece by piece and marked the forest with his remains. Something that watched us from just beyond our flashlight beams as we slept. The official file on Terry Fishgold is closed. Animal attack, case closed. But I keep that map in my desk drawer, and sometimes when I'm out in the forest and the light hits the trees a certain way, I swear I can see those little red X's glowing in the shadows, marking the presence of whatever is still out there, watching and waiting. I've told this story exactly once before tonight, to my wife, and she thinks I need therapy. Maybe she's right. Maybe 20 years of search and rescue work has warped my mind. But I was there. I saw those bloody marks where no blood should be. I saw Terry's boot standing upright with no explanation. I felt whatever was watching us from this darkness. The forest has secrets. I've learned to respect that. I hope to God I never find out what really happened to Terry Fishgold. Some mysteries should stay buried in the trees. Story 13. I've been a wildlife photographer for almost 12 years now, but what happened in Big Bend 3 weeks ago shook me to my core. I'm still not sleeping right. I keep seeing those eyes when I close mine. I'd been planning this trip for months. Santa Elena Canyon in late October is perfect for the kind of dramatic landscape shots I needed for a magazine assignment. Nothing spectacular or unusual about the plan. I've done solo photography trips dozens of times without incident. I arrived at the national park around 2 in the afternoon. The weather was clear, about 75 degrees, with that crisp desert air that makes everything look sharper somehow. I checked in with the rangers at the visitor center, mentioned I'd be shooting until sunset near the canyon, then camping at one of the designated sites. Standard procedure. The ranger gave me the usual warnings about staying hydrated and watching for wildlife, particularly mountain lions and bears, but nothing that raised any red flags. I parked my converted Sprinter van at the Santa Elena Canyon trailhead around 4 in the afternoon. The plan was to hike the short trail to the canyon mouth, get some golden hour shots as the sun dipped toward the horizon, then some blue hour photos after sunset. I brought my Canon EOS R5 with my favorite landscape lenses, tripod, some snacks, and 3 liters of water. The trail was empty when I arrived. Tourist season was winding down, and it was a weekday. That's why I planned it this way. I hate having random people wandering into my frame. The solitude didn't bother me at first. I actually welcomed it. The first thing I noticed, maybe half a mile into the trail, was the silence. I've spent enough time in deserts to know they're never actually silent. There's always something rustling, birds calling, insects buzzing. But that day, it was like someone had turned down the volume on the world. No cicadas, no birds, nothing. Just the crunch of my boots on gravel and my own breathing. I remember checking my watch, 5:15 p.m. The sun was getting low, casting that gorgeous golden light photographers live for across the canyon walls. The trail follows the Rio Grande, which serves as the border between the U.S. and Mexico. At that point, the river is shallow enough to wade across in many places, maybe knee-deep at most. I was setting up my tripod about 50 yards from where the canyon walls begin to narrow dramatically when I felt it. That prickling sensation on the back of your neck when you know you're being watched. I've felt it before in the wilderness, usually when there's a curious deer or coyote nearby. This was different, heavier somehow. I scanned the opposite bank, and that's when I saw it. About 70 yards downstream, partially obscured by creosote brush, was the largest mountain lion I've ever seen in my life, and I've photographed dozens of them. This cat was massive. I'd estimate close to 200 pounds, maybe more. Mountain lions in this region typically top out around 150 pounds, but this one was built like a linebacker. Its tawny coat was darker than usual, almost copper-colored in the late afternoon light. It was stalking something, head low, shoulders rolling with that fluid grace only big cats possess. I instinctively raised my camera, wildlife photographer instincts kicking in, and zoomed in. Through my telephoto lens, I could see every detail, the muscles rippling under its coat, whiskers catching the sunlight, the absolute focus in its posture. Then it stopped, just froze mid-step. It turned its head directly toward me, and our eyes locked. I can't properly explain what happened in that moment. Those eyes, they weren't just looking at me, they were calculating, assessing. golden amber irises with pupils contracted to slits in the bright light. The intelligence behind those eyes wasn't animal-like. It was something else entirely. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My finger was frozen on the shutter button. I managed to take a single photo before my arms started trembling too much. What terrified me most wasn't just the size of the animal. It was the complete absence of fear in its demeanor. This predator wasn't startled by my presence. It was deciding whether I was worth pursuing. The river between us suddenly seemed pathetically inadequate as a barrier. A cat that size could cross it in seconds. The distance between us, maybe 100 yards now as it had turned fully in my direction, would disappear in a heartbeat if it charged. I had bear spray on my belt, but my hands were shaking so badly I wasn't sure I could deploy it effectively. Running wasn't an option. You never run from predators. I stood my ground, trying to appear larger by holding my tripod slightly to the side. We stayed locked in this standoff for what felt like eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. Sweat trickled down my back despite the cooling evening air. Then, with a dismissive flick of its tail, the mountain lion turned away. It gave me one final glance over its shoulder. I swear there was something like amusement in those golden eyes before melting into the brush along the riverbank. My legs nearly gave out. I had to sit down right there on the trail, my back against a boulder, waiting for the adrenaline to subside enough that I could walk without staggering. I packed up my gear with shaking hands, constantly scanning the opposite bank. The shadows were growing longer, the canyon walls turning deep crimson as sunset approached. Any other day, I'd be shooting frantically, capturing this perfect light. Instead, I was fighting the urge to run back to my van. I made it back to the parking lot just as true dusk was settling in. My van, home base, safety, had never looked so inviting. I threw my gear inside, locked the doors, and sat in the driver's seat, hands still trembling on the steering wheel. I debated driving straight out of the park, but I was already feeling the exhaustion crash that follows extreme adrenaline. Plus, I'd been fighting off some kind of respiratory infection for the past few days, and the stress had made it worse. My throat was raw, sinuses throbbing. Driving mountain roads at night while this physically compromised seemed more dangerous than staying put. I decided to stick with my original plan and headed to my reserved campsite about 20 minutes away. It was one of those primitive sites, basically just a cleared area with a fire ring, no facilities. When I arrived, there was only one other vehicle there, a small travel trailer about 50 yards from my designated spot. I positioned my van so the back doors faced the open desert, giving me a clear view through the rear windows. I heated up some soup on my camp stove, took some NyQuil for my worsening cold symptoms, and tried to distract myself by reviewing the photos I'd taken. The shot of the mountain lion was perfectly in focus, confirmation this wasn't some fever dream. Those eyes stared back at me from my camera screen, just as unnerving in digital form. I transferred the image to my laptop, zoomed in closer. Something about those eyes wasn't right. The pupils weren't quite the right shape, the color too intense, too metallic. I closed my laptop and tried to sleep around 10. The NyQuil was making me drowsy, but every time I started drifting off, I'd jerk awake, certain I'd heard something outside the van. At some point, I must have fallen into a fitful sleep because the dreams started. Vivid, terrifying dreams of being stalked. In the dream, I was back on that trail, but now it was night. I could hear the mountain lion's breathing, the soft padding of its paws on the desert floor, but couldn't see it. Then suddenly, those eyes appeared, floating in the darkness, getting closer. I dreamed I was back in my van, and the cat was outside, scratching at the doors. The sound was so real, claws dragging across metal, that I woke up shouting, drenched in sweat. A startled voice called from outside, "Hey, you okay in there?" It was the person from the travel trailer, an older guy, maybe in his 60s, standing a cautious distance from my van, flashlight in hand. "Sorry," I managed, my voice hoarse. "Bad dream." "Sounded like more than that," he said. "Heard you yelling about something watching you." I checked my phone, 3:17 in the morning. "Great." "I'm fine," I insisted. "Just not feeling well. Sorry I woke you." He lingered for a moment. "You sure? Thought I heard something prowling around earlier. Coyotes, probably." That sent a fresh chill through me. "When?" "Couple hours ago. Big one from the sound of it. Nothing to worry about though. They don't bother people usually." After he left, I couldn't get back to sleep. I sat up in my sleeping bag, back pressed against the van wall, listening to every tiny sound outside. The NyQuil had worn off, leaving me feverish and hyper-alert. As the first gray light of dawn filtered through my windows, I finally stepped outside. The desert air was frigid, maybe 40 degrees. I scanned the ground around my van, looking for tracks. There were impressions in the dirt, ambiguous depressions that could have been made by a large animal, or maybe just bizarre shadows cast by the desert plants in the low morning light. Nothing conclusive. The other camper was already up, making coffee outside his trailer. He waved me over. "You look like hell," he observed, offering me a cup. "Feel like it too," I admitted, accepting the coffee gratefully. "What did you so spooked last night?" he asked. I hesitated, then told him about the mountain lion encounter. Not the weird details. Not the unnatural intelligence in those eyes or how abnormally large it was. Just the basics. He nodded. "They're around for sure. Ranger told me they've been tracking a big male that's been expanding its territory lately. Said it's unusually bold around humans." I was packed and ready to leave by 7. My photography assignment forgotten. I just wanted out of there. As I drove toward the park exit, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me. At the ranger station, I briefly considered reporting the encounter but decided against it. What would I say? That I saw an unnaturally large mountain lion with eyes that seemed too intelligent. That I'd had dreams so vivid they seemed real. They'd think I was delirious from my cold or making things up. It's been 3 weeks now. I've developed the photos properly. The one clear shot I got, it doesn't look right. The proportions are off. Wildlife biologists I've consulted say mountain lions in the Big Bend region don't get that large. One suggested it might have been a jaguar that wandered up from Mexico, but the coloration is wrong. I keep coming back to those eyes. Golden eyes that sized me up, calculated my worth as prey, and found me wanting, at least for that moment. I've been on plenty of wildlife expeditions. I've photographed grizzlies in Alaska, wolves in Yellowstone, even leopards in Botswana. I know predator behavior. I know the natural order of things. What I saw in Santa Elena Canyon wasn't natural, and I can't shake the feeling that it let me go not out of disinterest, but because it was saving me for later. I won't be going back to Big Bend, not alone, not ever. Some things once seen can't be unseen, and those golden eyes are watching me still, even when I'm awake. Story 14. I've always been a night owl. Something about driving through empty streets at 3 in the morning just calms me down, Or at least it used to. Now I can barely leave my apartment after dark. It's been almost 3 weeks since my last encounter, but I still feel like I'm being watched whenever I step outside. I'm writing this down because I need someone to believe me. My friends think I'm losing it, and honestly, sometimes I wonder if they're right. It all started about 2 months ago. I was working late shifts at this warehouse on the outskirts of Phoenix, and I'd usually get off around 2 a.m. The drive home took me through these quiet suburban streets and past these empty lots on the edge of development. You know the kind, where construction has stalled and there's just fields with half-finished foundations and building materials. This particular night was so quiet. Midweek in July, hot as hell even at that hour. My AC was blasting and I had the radio turned down low, just loud enough to keep me company. I remember it was that Weekend song that was playing when I first saw it. I was cruising down Pinnacle Road, this long stretch that runs alongside an empty field before hitting the more developed neighborhoods. My headlights caught something at the edge of the field, and at first, I thought it was a coyote. We get them all the time out here, but then it moved and, God, I still get chills thinking about how it moved. It wasn't running like any animal I've ever seen. It was bolting across the field toward the road on all fours, but its limbs were too long, too wrong. Like imagine a monkey, but with limbs twice as long as they should be, and joints that bent at angles that weren't natural. Its body was this deep, matte black that seemed to absorb the light around it. But its face, Jesus Christ, its face was stark white. Not furry white or albino white, but like a mask, perfectly smooth and pale as paper. The facial features were almost human, but completely expressionless. No visible mouth movement, no blinking eyes, just these dark holes where eyes should be. I slammed on my brakes instinctively. The thing darted across the road about 30 feet ahead of my car, then stopped on the opposite shoulder. It turned, the whole body rotating in one unnatural motion, and stared directly at me. I couldn't move. My hands were frozen to the steering wheel, and this cold sweat broke out all over my body. We locked eyes for maybe 5 seconds, though it felt like forever. Then it just vanished. It didn't run away or hide. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone, like someone had switched off a projection. I sat there for maybe a minute, heart pounding in my ears, before I finally got the nerve to hit the gas and get the hell out of there. I didn't tell anyone at first. What was I supposed to say? Hey, I saw some kind of demon monkey with a white face last night? They'd think I was on something. For about 2 weeks after that, I took different routes home. Longer routes, through more populated areas. I even switched shifts for a bit to avoid driving at night. But eventually, I convinced myself I'd just been tired, that maybe my mind had played tricks on me after a 12-hour shift. Big mistake. The second time I saw it, I wasn't alone. My buddy Jordan was with me. We'd been at this bar downtown and were heading back to my place around 1:30 in the morning. I wasn't drunk, had maybe 2 beers over 4 hours, and Jordan was completely sober since he doesn't drink. We were taking Saguaro Boulevard, which cuts through this area with a lot of desert landscaping and these tall palm trees. Jordan was telling me about this girl he'd met when I saw something in one of the trees ahead. I slowed down, squinting through the windshield. "What are you doing, man?" Jordan asked, and then he saw it too. The creature was perched in the tree, clinging to the trunk about 15 feet up. As our headlights hit it, it began to scramble down, moving with this fluid, spider-like motion that no human or animal could replicate. It hit the ground and crouched there on all fours. "What the fuck is that?" Jordan shouted. pressing himself back against the seat. I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up. The creature turned to look at us, that white, featureless face catching the light from our headlights. It was maybe 50 feet away, but I could see those empty eye sockets staring right at us. "Drive," Jordan said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Drive, Marcus." I snapped out of it and hit the gas. As we sped past, the thing didn't move. It just pivoted its head to follow our car. In the rearview mirror, I watched it remain completely still until we turned the corner. Jordan was freaking out, asking what we'd just seen. I told him about my first encounter, and for once, somebody actually believed me because they'd seen it too. We decided to turn around and go back, to try and find it again, to prove to ourselves we weren't crazy. We drove around for almost an hour, scanning every tree, every shadow, every patch of darkness. Nothing. It was like it had never existed. Maybe it was some tweaker in a costume, Jordan suggested, but his voice was shaky. We both knew better. No costume would allow someone to move like that, and no human could climb down a tree with that unnatural speed and grace. After that night, Jordan stopped returning my calls. When I finally cornered him at work a week later, we both do shifts at the same warehouse, different departments. He pretended not to remember anything, said we'd both been more drunk than we thought. But I saw the fear in his eyes. He remembered, he just couldn't handle it. The third time was the worst. I'd been taking a completely different route home, one that added 20 minutes to my commute, but kept me away from both previous locations. This path took me past a new housing development that was half-built, with a bunch of construction equipment parked on site. It was around 3 a.m., and I was exhausted. The road was completely deserted. I was stopped at a red light, even though there wasn't another car in sight. That's how on edge I was, following every rule just to maintain some sense of normalcy. The light turned green, and I pulled forward. I adjusted my rearview mirror and felt my blood freeze. It was behind me. Not in the road, but running alongside it, keeping pace with my car even though I was doing about 35. That black body almost invisible against the night, but that white face unmistakable, floating like a disembodied mask in the darkness. I floored it. The speedometer jumped to 50, 60, 70. Still in my mirror, that white face kept pace, those elongated limbs propelling it forward with impossible speed. I blew through 2 red lights before finally hitting a stretch of road with street lamps and a gas station. When I checked the mirror again, it was gone. I pulled into the gas station parking lot and sat there with the engine running for almost an hour, too terrified to drive home. The attendant kept looking at me through the window, probably wondering if I was going to rob the place. Eventually, I worked up the courage to leave, and I drove home with all the windows up and the doors locked, constantly checking my mirrors. The 4th time happened just last month. I'd been staying with my roommate Taylor more often, asking him to pick me up from work when he could. I hadn't told him why, just made excuses about car trouble or being too tired to drive. But one night, around 4 a.m., I woke up in a cold sweat. Something had pulled me from sleep. A sound, maybe, or just that feeling of being watched. I went to the window and looked out at our street, and there it was, standing completely still under a street lamp about 100 yards from our apartment complex. Just standing there, staring up at my window. I called Taylor, even though he was just in the next room. My voice was shaking so bad he thought something was seriously wrong. When he came in, I pointed out the window, but by then, it had moved away from the light. I could still see it, though. That dark silhouette moving between cars in the parking lot. Taylor didn't believe me at first, but I was so frantic that he agreed to come outside with me. We grabbed flashlights and his baseball bat and went downstairs. The parking lot was empty, but I swore I could feel it watching us. We walked toward the small playground at the edge of our complex, and that's when Taylor saw it too. It was sitting on one of the swings, perfectly still. As our flashlight beam swept over it, it dropped to the ground in a fluid motion, its white face briefly illuminated before it vanished behind the fence at the edge of the property. Taylor stood there, the bat hanging limply at his side. "What the fuck was that?" he whispered, the same question Jordan had asked weeks before. The most recent encounter happened 3 weeks ago. I'd finally worked up the courage to go back to that first field on Pinnacle Road. I don't know why. Maybe I thought confronting it would help me make sense of things. Maybe I just needed to prove to myself that it was real. I parked at the edge of the field around midnight, armed with nothing but a powerful flashlight I'd bought specifically for this purpose. For almost an hour, nothing happened. I was starting to think I'd imagined the whole thing, that maybe I needed therapy more than monster hunting. Then I heard it, a soft rustling in the tall grass about 20 yards away. I turned the flashlight in that direction and caught it mid-stride. The beam illuminated its entire form for the first time, and what I saw still haunts me. Its body was emaciated, with ribs visible through the black skin that wasn't fur or clothing, but something in between. The arms and legs were jointed in all the wrong places, allowing it to move in that unsettling, fluid way. And the face, God, that face up close was worse than I'd thought. It wasn't completely featureless as I'd first thought. There was a suggestion of a mouth, just a slight depression where a mouth should be, but no lips, no teeth visible. The eyes were deep, black hollows, but something moved within them, something that reflected my flashlight beam for just a second. It stared at me for what felt like minutes but must have been seconds. Then, without warning, it leapt, clearing a 6-foot chain-link fence at the edge of the field in a single bound, as effortlessly as if it were stepping over a crack in the sidewalk. I ran back to my car and drove home, breaking every speed limit. Taylor was still up when I got back, and the look on my face told him everything he needed to know. We stayed up the rest of the night, all the lights on, talking about what to do. We've considered setting up night vision cameras, organizing some kind of stakeout with more people, even contacting paranormal investigators. But the truth is, we're both too scared to pursue it further. Whatever this thing is, it moves like nothing natural, appears and disappears at will, and seems to be aware of me in a way that feels personal. I've researched local folklore, cryptids, even escaped exotic pets. Nothing matches what we've seen. The closest thing is some Native American legends about skinwalkers, but even those accounts don't quite match up with this thing's appearance or behavior. I don't know what to do. I've changed jobs to avoid night shifts. I don't drive after dark anymore. I've even considered moving out of Phoenix altogether, but part of me feels like it would find me anyway. If anyone has seen something similar or has any idea what this might be, please let me know. I need answers. Or maybe I just need to know I'm not going crazy. Because sometimes when I look out my window at night, I swear I can see that white face staring back at me from the darkness. Story 15. I still can't shake what happened last month in Brookings. I'm writing this down partly to process it, partly because I don't know who else to tell. I'm a musician, country stuff mostly, nothing that would get me on the radio, but enough to book small venues across the Midwest with my 3-piece band. We've been touring for about 6 years now, playing bars and small festivals, living on thin margins, but making enough to keep going. My name's Mason, and this life suits me fine most days. We were booked at the Wild Hare in Brookings, South Dakota on a Thursday night. It was a decent turnout for a weeknight, maybe 60 people, and the crowd was into it. After our set, Jeff and Kyle, my bassist and drummer, headed back to the motel, but I stayed behind. I've always liked talking to locals after shows, hearing their stories, maybe finding inspiration for new songs. The crowd had thinned out by 11:30, just a handful of regulars left nursing drinks. That's when I noticed him, an older man sitting alone at the end of the bar. Mid-70s, I'd guess, with hands that looked like they'd done hard work all their life. He was nursing a whiskey, neat, and kept glancing my way. When I ordered another beer, he raised his glass slightly in my direction. Something about him made me curious, so I walked over. "Enjoyed your set," he said, voice gravelly with age and what I assumed were decades of cigarettes. "You write that one about the abandoned farmhouse?" I nodded, took the stool next to him. "Yeah, that's mine. Thanks." "Had a good sense of place to it. You from around here?" "Iowa originally," I told him. "But I've been on the road so long, everywhere feels both familiar and strange at the same time." He nodded like he understood perfectly. "Name's Harold Crowther." "Mason Burke," I said, extending my hand. His grip was still firm despite his age. We made small talk for maybe 20 minutes. Normal stuff about the weather, farming. He'd been a farmer most of his life. Music. He was easy to talk to, had that straightforward Midwestern way about him. I figured he was just a lonely old-timer looking for conversation. Then something changed. His expression darkened, and he swirled the last of his whiskey before downing it. "You seem like someone who understands that sometimes a man has to take care of problems himself." I wasn't sure what he meant, but I nodded anyway. Musicians hear all sorts of confessions from strangers in bars. "Let me tell you something that happened to me last spring," he said, signaling the bartender for another drink. "Something that still sits with me. I should have made an excuse and left. Looking back, that's what I wish I'd done. But I didn't." Harold lived alone on 10 acres outside a small town called Miller Creek in what he called Pinewood County. I looked it up later and couldn't find it on any map. His wife had died 9 years earlier, and his son lived in Arizona with his family. Classic story of rural America. The kids move away, the elders stay behind. "It started with small things," he said. "A missing chainsaw from my shed, then my backup generator. I installed a trail camera and caught these 3 skinny meth heads prowling around my property at night." According to Harold, rural meth had been devastating his community for years. Desperate addicts would target isolated homes like his, stealing anything they could sell. "I took the pictures to Sheriff Donovan," Harold continued. "He knew exactly who they were. Lester Briggs, Travis Wheeler, and Mitch Calhoun, all local boys who'd gone bad on that poison. Sheriff said he'd have a talk with them, but we both knew that wouldn't do much." A week later, Harold woke up to find his truck on blocks, all 4 tires gone. The next night, he sat up with his shotgun and fired warning shots when he saw flashlights near his barn. "That just made them mad," he said, shaking his head. 2 nights later, they came back and shot out my living room window while I was watching the news. Left a note, saying next time they'd aim better. When Harold reported this, Sheriff Donovan suggested he stay with a relative for a while until they could build a case against the men. "That's my home," Harold told me, eyes hard as flint. "Been there 43 years. Nobody's running me off my own property." That's when Harold's story took a turn that made the hair on my arms stand up. "I came up with a plan," he said, lowering his voice even though nobody was near us in the bar. "Rented one of those moving trucks, a big one, and parked it in my driveway. Spent a day carrying empty boxes into it. TV boxes, computer boxes, anything that looked valuable. Made sure people in town saw me doing it too. He'd tampered with the roll-up door," he explained. "Modified it so it would lock automatically when closed from the inside and couldn't be opened from within without a key. I left town visibly," he continued. "Told the girl at the gas station I was visiting my son for a week. Made sure word would get around. Then, instead of leaving, Harold doubled back through the woods behind his property and hid in his cellar with supplies. He waited. They came on the second night," he said, "just like I knew they would. Watched through my binoculars from the cellar window. All three of them checking out the truck, looking around to make sure nobody was watching. Harold's eyes had taken on a gleam that made me deeply uncomfortable. He seemed to be replaying it in his mind, enjoying the memory. They went into the back of that truck like mice into a trap. I gave them about 10 minutes, enough time to see all those empty boxes and realize they'd been fooled. Then I snuck out and slammed that roll-up door shut, the sound of that latch clicking into place." He smiled. "Sweetest sound I ever heard." I realized I was holding my breath. "What happened then?" "At first, nothing much. They yelled, threatened me, promised to burn my house down when they got out. I just sat in a lawn chair about 20 feet from the truck and listened. Told them to save their breath." What Harold described next turned my stomach. He kept them locked in that metal box for 3 days, in April, in South Dakota. Daytime, that truck would heat up like an oven, he said. Nighttime, temperatures dropped to near freezing. No food, no water. Just them and their regrets. He described how their threats turned to pleas, how he would sometimes approach the truck and talk to them through the door. I told them exactly what was happening, that nobody knew they were there, that nobody would miss them, that I'd given them the same choice they'd given me, die or leave, except I'd taken away the leave option. By the second day, they were taking turns drinking their own urine. By the third day, the sounds from inside had changed. They turned on each other, Harold said, his voice disturbingly calm. Started fighting over who was to blame, who had gotten them into this. I could hear them going at it in there, thumping against the walls, screaming. Then the screaming stopped. Harold waited another full day before calling Sheriff Donovan to report that he'd just returned from visiting his son and found a rental truck in his driveway with the keys in the ignition. Sheriff came out with a deputy. I played dumb, said I had no idea why there'd be a truck there. When they opened it up, Harold paused, taking a sip of his drink. Well, it wasn't pretty. According to Harold, they found all 3 men dead inside. Lester had been beaten to death, likely by the other 2. Travis had died from dehydration. Mitch had used a shard of plastic from one of the broken boxes to cut his own throat. Sheriff looked at me for a long time, Harold said. He knew. I knew he knew. But there wasn't a shred of evidence. The truck was rented with cash under a fake name and a phony ID I'd bought years earlier for a different purpose. My fingerprints were nowhere near it, and officially I'd been in Arizona. Harold's explanation to the sheriff was that the men must have broken into the truck, thinking there were valuables inside, and somehow gotten locked in accidentally. Case closed, Harold said, finishing his whiskey. Sheriff filed it as misadventure. 3 meth heads who accidentally locked themselves in a truck while trying to steal something. Nobody asked many questions. Those boys had hurt a lot of people over the years. I felt cold all over despite the warmth of the bar. It wasn't just what he'd done, it was how he told it. No remorse, no hint that he saw those men as human beings who, despite their crimes, didn't deserve such a death. That's quite a story, I managed to say, not knowing how else to respond. Harold's eyes fixed on mine. It's not a story, son. It's what happens when you push a man too far. He leaned closer. Want to know the strangest part? I sleep better now than I have in years. I made an excuse about needing to join my bandmates soon and quickly paid my tab. As I was leaving, Harold called after me. Hey, songwriter, if you put this in a song someday, change the names. I nodded stiffly and hurried out into the night air, gulping it down like I'd been the one trapped in that truck. I've canceled 2 shows in South Dakota since that night. I keep thinking about those men in that truck, turning on each other as they realized they were going to die. I think about Harold sleeping peacefully, proud of what he'd done. Most of all, I wonder if Sheriff Donovan really did know, if he chose to look the other way, if there's an unwritten code in places forgotten by time and progress, where justice takes forms that never see a courtroom. I haven't written any songs about abandoned farmhouses since that night. Some stories should stay buried, I think. Some confessions should die in the bars where they're uttered. But I haven't been sleeping well, and whenever I hear the latch click on a door, I think of those men in the truck realizing too late that they'd walked into something they couldn't escape. Story 16. I still get anxious when I hear dogs barking at night. It's been 15 years, but I can't shake what happened. My brothers and I don't talk about it much anymore, but sometimes Nahele calls me in the middle of the night, and I know he's had the nightmare again. This all happened when I was 16. My older brother Nahele was 17, and my little brother Makia was only 12. We lived on a small farm about 30 miles outside the reservation, where most of our extended family stayed. My parents raised sheep, not a big operation, but enough to make a living. We were pretty self-sufficient out there, which normally felt good, but not that night. It was late October, around 6 years ago. My parents had to attend a family dinner for my mom's cousin who was visiting from out of state. They trusted us to handle things for one night. We'd done it plenty of times before. Nothing special about that evening at first. Just the usual chores, feeding the sheep, making sure the dogs had water. We had 4 dogs. Big mixed breeds that helped with the sheep and kept coyotes away. After our parents left, we made dinner. Just some mac and cheese with hot dogs cut up in it, our go-to when Mom wasn't around, and we're sitting around watching TV. Around 8 in the evening, the dogs started barking. Not their normal barking at rabbits or distant coyotes. This was different, frantic, almost desperate sounding. Probably just a coyote getting too close, Nahele said, but he got up to check through the window anyway. I don't see anything, he said, but the dogs kept at it, getting more and more worked up. Makia was getting nervous, I could tell. Should we go out there? He asked. No way, I said. If it's something dangerous, that's exactly what the dogs are for. They'll scare it off. We tried to ignore it and keep watching our show, but the barking was relentless for almost an hour. Then suddenly, it stopped. Complete silence. That felt worse somehow. Maybe whatever it was finally left, Makia suggested. Nahele frowned. Maybe. We finished our show around 9:30, and I needed to use the bathroom. Our house was old, and the plumbing inside wasn't great, so we still used the outhouse about 30 yards from the back door. Usually, I didn't mind going alone, but after the dog's strange behavior, I asked Nahele to come with me. "Seriously? You're 16, man," he teased, but he came anyway, grabbing a flashlight from the drawer. The night was clear but moonless, making it unnaturally dark. The beam of Naheli's flashlight cut through the darkness as we crossed the yard. The air felt heavy, like before a storm, but the sky was clear. I noticed none of the dogs came to greet us, which was unusual. "Where are the dogs?" I asked. Naheli shone the flashlight around. "Probably chasing whatever got them worked up." The outhouse was this old wooden structure my dad had built years ago. It wasn't fancy, but it did the job. Naheli waited outside while I went in. I tried to be quick. Something about the night felt off. When I came out, Naheli was looking toward our old pickup truck parked about 50 feet away. I followed his gaze and felt my stomach drop. There was someone, or something, leaning against the driver's side door. Even in the dim light, I could tell this wasn't a normal person. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its skin was chalk white, not pale like a person, but white like paper or bone. And its eyes, God, its eyes, they were glowing red, like two burning coals. "Nahele," I whispered, but he'd already gone behind the outhouse to relieve himself. He couldn't see what I was seeing. The creature hadn't noticed me yet. It was looking down at something, and then I realized it was one of our dogs, Badger, sniffing cautiously at its feet. Without warning, the thing kicked Badger with such force that the dog went flying at least 10 feet, yelping in pain. The other dogs, who'd been hiding nearby, scattered into the darkness, whimpering. That's when it turned and looked directly at me. The moment its eyes locked onto mine, a smell hit me, like rotting meat and something chemical I couldn't identify. My vision blurred with a reddish haze, and I felt dizzy, like I might throw up. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I just stood there, frozen, as it stared at me. Nahele came out from behind the outhouse. "What are you looking at?" Then he saw it too. The creature's attention shifted to my brother, and something in me snapped. Seeing it threaten my family broke through my fear. I charged at it, yelling incoherently, fueled by a protective rage I didn't know I had. The thing moved fast, inhumanly fast. It didn't run exactly. It was more like it folded itself away into the darkness. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone, leaving nothing but the lingering smell and the sound of our dogs whimpering in the distance. "What the hell was that?" Naheli's voice was shaking. "I don't know," I said, trying to catch my breath. "We need to get inside, now." We ran back to the house, locked all the doors, and checked on Makia, who was thankfully still watching TV, oblivious to what had happened. We didn't tell him. No point scaring him if whatever it was had gone. None of us slept well that night. The dogs stayed silent, which was almost worse than their barking. In the morning, we went outside to check on them and found they were all alive but huddled together under the porch, refusing to come out even for food. That's when we noticed the footprints. They circled the entire house, large, oddly shaped impressions in the dirt that didn't look human. The toes were too long, splayed out like fingers, and there were these strange drag marks between the steps, as if whatever made them occasionally dragged something heavy. We followed the prints to the sheep corral and found part of the fence splintered, like something had tried to break in. 3 sheep were missing. Naheli wanted to call our parents, but the landline was dead, and none of us had cell phones yet. There wasn't good service out there anyway. "We need to find the sheep," Naheli said finally. "Mom and Dad will be pissed if we lose them." "Are you crazy?" I asked. "After what we saw last night?" "It's daytime," he reasoned. "Whatever it was is probably long gone. We can't just leave the sheep out there." Reluctantly, I agreed. We took Makia with us. We weren't leaving him alone in the house. and grabbed some tools as makeshift weapons, a pitchfork for Nahele, a shovel for me, and Makya carried a heavy flashlight even though it was daytime. We followed what looked like sheep tracks for about half a mile into the scrubby woods behind our property. That's when we found the first sheep, alive but injured, with deep gashes along its side that looked like claw marks. "What could have done this?" Makya asked, his voice small. Before either of us could answer, we heard a rustling sound ahead. About 50 yards away, partially hidden among the trees, was the creature from last night. In daylight, it was even more terrifying. Its pale face now had what looked like black lines running across it, like its skin was cracking open. It stood perfectly still, watching us, and then it began to stretch upward, growing taller, its limbs moving at angles that shouldn't be possible. "Run," Nahele whispered. "Take Makya and run." But none of us moved. We were frozen in place as this thing just stared at us, its red eyes seeming to burn right through me. Then it made a sound, not quite a growl, not quite a word, but something in between that made my ears hurt. Makya started crying, and that broke the spell. Nahele jabbed his pitchfork toward the creature and yelled, "Get away from us!" It tilted its head, almost curiously, and then backed away into the trees. We grabbed the injured sheep and ran back to the house as fast as we could. "What was that thing?" Makya kept asking between sobs. "I don't know," Nahele answered, "but we're not going back out there." We spent the rest of the day barricading the house as best we could. We pushed furniture against the doors and kept weapons nearby. Kitchen knives, tools, anything we could find. Our parents weren't due back until late that night, maybe even early morning, and the sun was already starting to set. Around 8 o'clock, the dog started whimpering under the porch, then went completely silent again. We turned off all the lights and huddled in the living room listening. At first there was nothing. Then we heard it, a dull thump against the front door, then another. Not like knocking, more like something pressing against it, testing its strength. Next came a scraping sound, like claws dragging across the wooden siding of the house. It moved around the perimeter, stopping at each window, each door. We could hear its breathing, raspy and uneven. It reached the back door, and through a small crack between the curtains I could see one red eye peering in, scanning the room. I held my breath, praying it couldn't see us in the darkness. The pressure against the back door increased. The wood began to splinter. Makya was silently crying, and Nahele had his arm around him, his other hand gripping the pitchfork so tightly his knuckles were white. Just as I thought the door would give way, we heard a car engine. Headlights swept across the windows. Our parents were back, along with some relatives who'd driven them home. The creature retreated from the door but didn't flee. Through the window, I could see it standing at the edge of the porch, watching as our parents' car pulled up. "It's still out there," I whispered to Nahele. "They don't know." Before we could decide what to do, we heard car doors slamming and our dad calling out, "Boys, why are all the lights off?" The creature shifted, its attention to the new arrivals, and I knew we had to warn them. We burst through the front door, screaming for them to get back in the car. What happened next was chaos. The creature lunged toward our parents, but our uncle swung the heavy flashlight he was carrying, connecting with the thing's head. It made a sound I'll never forget, like static and screaming mixed together. Our dad grabbed an iron rod from the car trunk and struck at it too. The entity moved erratically, its limbs bending in impossible ways as it dodged most of their blows. But my dad managed to hit it once, hard, and it retreated into the darkness, not running like a person would run, but moving in a jerky, unnatural way, like footage being fast-forwarded. We didn't stay to see if it would come back. Everyone piled into the cars, and we drove straight to my uncle's house on the reservation. That night, they called in a local medicine man who performed cleansing ceremonies on all of us. He listened to our description of the creature and said little, but his face grew grave. Some entities feed on fear, was all he would tell us. The more afraid you are, the stronger they become. We never went back to live in that house. The next day, a group of men from the community went with us to get essential belongings, but we left almost everything behind. My parents eventually sold the property, but they were honest with the buyers about why we left. The place has changed hands several times since then, never occupied for more than a few months. I've researched similar encounters over the years. Some people call it a skinwalker, others a wendigo. But those labels don't quite fit what we saw. Whatever it wasn't natural, and it wasn't human. I still wake up sometimes with the smell of rot in my nostrils and the image of those burning red eyes in my mind. The land where our house stood is empty now. The buildings were torn down years ago, but no one has built there since. Local people say animals won't graze on that property, and even in summer, the ground there feels cold. I've never gone back to check if that's true. I don't need to. I know what's waiting there after dark. Story 17. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been 3 months since it happened, but every creak, every gust of wind that rattles a window sends me bolt upright in bed. I've installed security cameras, changed the locks twice, and even got a dog, but nothing makes me feel completely safe anymore. I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. I live in Pine Haven, this small coastal town where everyone pretty much knows everyone. My house is about a 15-minute drive from the main town, nestled between thick pine trees and the beginning of the forest that borders our community. It's the kind of place where you'd expect to feel safe, isolated enough for privacy, but close enough to civilization. That night, 3 months ago, started like any other. I'd worked a late shift at the seafood restaurant where I'm a manager. We'd had a large reservation that stayed way later than expected, so I didn't get home until around 10 in the evening. The sky was pitch black by then, with just a sliver of moon peeking through the clouds. I remember being exhausted, the kind where your eyes burn and your shoulders ache from tension. When I pulled into my driveway, I noticed I'd forgotten to leave the porch light on. My house was completely dark against the night sky, silhouetted by the distant glow of town lights. For a split second, I felt this weird hesitation about going inside, but I brushed it off as just being tired. I fumbled with my keys at the front door, dropped them, cursed under my breath, then finally got inside. I flipped on the lights and did my usual routine, tossed my keys in the bowl by the door, hung my jacket on the hook, kicked off my shoes. Everything felt normal, but there was this, I don't know how to describe it, this heaviness in the air. Like when you can feel a storm coming, that pressure change. I remember thinking I should check the weather forecast before bed. I grabbed a beer from the fridge, microwaved some leftover pasta, and ate standing over the kitchen sink like the bachelor I am. Then I took a quick shower, brushed my teeth, and started heading upstairs to my bedroom around 10:45. That's when I heard it, a door closing. Not slamming, just the distinct sound of a door latch clicking shut. It came from somewhere downstairs, maybe the back door off the kitchen or the side door that leads to the garage. I froze on the stairs, 1 foot hovering mid-step. My heart instantly kicked into overdrive. "Hello," I called out. immediately regretting making any noise at all. Silence answered back. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, just listening. Nothing. Part of me wanted to rush back upstairs, lock myself in my bedroom and call the cops. But the rational part of my brain kicked in. It was probably just the wind, an old house settling, or maybe I hadn't closed a door properly. So I went back downstairs, flipping on every light switch as I went. I checked the front door first, locked. Then I moved to the kitchen and saw that the window above the sink was cracked open about 3 inches. The curtain was billowing slightly with the breeze coming off the ocean. Idiot, I muttered to myself, relieved. I must have opened it earlier in the day and forgotten about it. I closed it, made sure it was locked, then did a quick sweep of the downstairs, checking closets, the bathroom, behind the couch, even under the dining room table. Everything was normal. I felt stupid for being so jumpy. I went back upstairs, brushing off the whole thing. My bedroom is at the end of the hallway on the 2nd floor. I have a small office, a guest room, and a bathroom up there too. I closed my bedroom door but didn't lock it. I never did back then, and got into bed. I scrolled through my phone for a bit, set my alarm, and put it on the nightstand. I must have been lying there for maybe 5 minutes, right on the edge of sleep, when I heard it. Footsteps, downstairs. At first it was so faint I thought I was imagining it. Just the softest creak of a floorboard, then another, then another. Someone was definitely walking around on my 1st floor. My body went ice cold. I lay there paralyzed, straining to hear, praying it was just my imagination working overtime. But it wasn't. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, moving from what sounded like the kitchen into the living room. I told myself it could be anything. Maybe a raccoon had somehow gotten in through the chimney, or maybe the house was just making those old house noises. But deep down, I knew. Those were human footsteps. Someone was in my house. I reached for my phone with a trembling hand, trying not to make the slightest sound. The footsteps continued downstairs, moving around in what seemed like a pattern, like they were looking for something or someone. And then they stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the footsteps. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what might be happening. They were coming upstairs. The first creak of the staircase nearly made me piss myself. Then another and another. Slow, careful steps, like they were trying to be quiet but couldn't quite manage it on my old wooden stairs. 7 steps, 10 steps, 14. I counted each one in my head, matching them with the layout of my staircase. Whoever it was, they were getting closer. I finally snapped out of my frozen state and lunged for my bedroom door. I turned the lock as quietly as I could, wincing at the tiny click it made. Then I grabbed my phone again and dialed 911 with shaking fingers. The footsteps had reached the top of the stairs now. They paused for a moment, then started down the hallway, toward my room. The 911 operator answered after 2 rings. 911, what's your emergency? I couldn't speak. My mouth had gone completely dry, and a primal part of my brain was screaming that if I made a sound, whoever was out there would know exactly where I was. The footsteps were getting closer, moving slowly down the hall. Hello? This is 911. Do you have an emergency? The operator repeated. I still couldn't respond. The footsteps stopped, right outside my bedroom door. My heart was hammering so hard I was sure they could hear it through the door. I pressed myself against the headboard, clutching my phone like a lifeline, not daring to breathe. Then the doorknob rattled, gently at first, then with more force. Someone was trying to get in. The rattling stopped, and for a brief, hopeful moment, I thought they might leave. Then I heard what sounded like something metallic touching the doorknob. Were they picking the lock? I looked around desperately for something to defend myself with. There was nothing but a lamp and some books. "Hello? If you can hear me but cannot speak, press any button on your phone," the operator said. I pressed a button, my finger slipping with sweat. "Are you in danger? Press once for yes, twice for no." I pressed once. "Is there someone in your home who shouldn't be there?" Once for yes. I pressed again, watching the doorknob in terror. The metallic sounds stopped. Then the floorboard right outside my door creaked as weight shifted on it. They were still there, just waiting. "Police are being dispatched to your location," the operator said. "Stay on the line. Can you get to a safe place or barricade yourself somewhere?" I pressed once for yes, though I didn't know how much safer I could get. I was trapped. For what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two, nothing happened. The presence outside my door remained, silent and still. Then, finally, the floorboards creaked again. The footsteps began to move away from my door, back down the hallway. "They're leaving," I finally whispered into the phone, my voice barely audible. "Sir, stay where you are. Officers are on their way. Do not confront the intruder." I had no intention of confronting anyone. I sat there, phone clutched to my ear, listening as the footsteps went back down the stairs. There was more movement downstairs, more deliberate than before, almost hurried. Then I heard the front door open and close. 3 minutes later, I heard sirens in the distance, growing louder as they approached my house. Blue and red lights flashed through my bedroom window. Only then did I move from my spot on the bed, legs so wobbly I almost fell. When the police arrived, they found the front door unlocked. I swore to them I'd locked it when I came home. I always did, but they pointed out I might have forgotten in my tired state. They searched the entire house and the surrounding property, but found no one. The most disturbing part? There were no signs of forced entry anywhere. The window I'd found open earlier showed no tampering. If someone had been in my house, they either had a key or had been inside long before I got home. That thought keeps me up at night. The idea that someone might have been hiding in my house, waiting for me to come home, waiting for me to go to bed. Waiting for what exactly? I don't know, and that terrifies me more than anything. The police theory is that someone might have slipped in through that open window while I was at work and hidden inside, maybe planning to rob the place but getting caught off guard when I came home earlier than expected. They told me to change my locks, which I did the very next day. But here's the thing that really gets me. The day after it happened, I found something that the police missed during their search. A small piece of paper tucked under my welcome mat outside. It had 3 words written on it. "See you soon." I moved out the next day and am staying with my parents until I can sell the house. I filed another police report about the note, but they said there wasn't much they could do without more evidence or another incident. I haven't gone back to the house alone since then. When I need to check on it, I bring friends, plural, and we go during daylight hours only. I'm looking at apartments in the busiest part of town now, preferably ones with doormen and security systems. I know it sounds like I'm overreacting. Maybe I am. Maybe it was all just my imagination working overtime after a stressful day. Maybe the house was settling, and my tired brain filled in the gaps with worst-case scenarios. But I know what I heard. Someone was in my house that night. Someone tried to get into my bedroom. And sometimes, when I'm driving home late from work, I catch myself checking my rearview mirror more often than necessary, wondering if they're still watching, still waiting, for their next chance to see me soon. Story 18. I've been debating for weeks whether to share this. I'm not even sure I can put it into words properly, but I need to tell someone who might understand, or at least not think I'm completely crazy. I used to be an avid hiker and outdoorsman, emphasis on used to be. What happened in the Everglades 2 months ago changed everything for me. For context, I'm 34, physically fit, and have been hiking and camping solo for over 15 years without incident. I've encountered my fair share of wildlife, bears in Colorado, a mountain lion in California once, from a safe distance, and plenty of alligators in Florida's wetlands. I've always been cautious but confident in nature. The wilderness was my escape, my therapy. In mid-July, I planned a 4-day solo trek through a particularly remote section of the Everglades in what locals call the MSD Wilderness Area. I won't give the exact location because, honestly, I don't want anyone else going there. I had mapped out about 20 miles of terrain, mostly through sawgrass marshes and cypress domes, with plenty of time for photography and wildlife observation. The weather forecast showed typical summer conditions, hot, humid, afternoon thunderstorms. Nothing I hadn't handled before. The first day went perfectly. I started early, around 6 in the morning, to beat the worst of the heat. The air was thick with moisture, but still cool enough to be comfortable. I spotted 3 different species of herons, a few small gators sunning themselves, and even a shy bobcat slinking through the underbrush. I set up my hammock between 2 sturdy cypress trees that evening, ate a simple dinner of dehydrated pasta, and fell asleep to the chorus of frogs and insects. The second day is when everything changed. I woke early again, around 5:30, just as dawn was breaking. The morning air felt heavier than usual, almost pressurized, but I chalked it up to an approaching storm system. After a quick breakfast and coffee, I packed up and continued my planned route. By midday, I had reached a small clearing near a cypress dome that seemed perfect for a lunch break. I dropped my pack, stretched my aching shoulders, and sat on a fallen log to eat some trail mix and jerky. That's when I first noticed the silence. If you've ever been in the Everglades, you know it's never truly quiet. There's always something: birds calling, insects buzzing, the rustle of small animals, the distant splash of something in water. But suddenly, everything just stopped. The silence was so complete it felt physical, like pressure against my eardrums. Then came the humming. At first it was barely perceptible, like the distant drone of an airplane. I actually looked up, scanning the clear blue sky for contrails. Nothing. The sound gradually intensified over maybe 30 seconds, until it wasn't just something I heard. I could feel it resonating in my chest cavity, vibrating my rib cage like standing too close to a massive speaker. But it wasn't painful or even unpleasant, just deeply, fundamentally wrong. I stood up, dropping my food, suddenly alert to potential danger, though I couldn't identify what kind. The humming shifted in pitch, becoming more complex, almost melodic in a way that made no sense. And then I saw movement at the tree line about 40 yards away. I'll never forget what emerged. Even now, sitting in my apartment with all the windows closed and locked, I get cold sweats thinking about it. The creature moved out from between 2 cypress trees, hovering about 4 feet off the ground. It was unmistakably a beetle in form, but its size was impossible. Football-sized doesn't quite capture it. It was roughly the size and shape of a football, yes, but with its legs extended and antennae, it occupied more space than that implies. Its segmented body was a deep, iridescent green that shifted to almost black, depending on how the sunlight hit it. Each segment was outlined with what looked like metallic copper. The 6 legs were hooked and articulated in ways that didn't seem physically possible, moving independently of each other as if each had its own consciousness. They weren't touching anything. The entire creature was floating, suspended in midair as it slowly moved toward me. But the eyes, God, the eyes are what keep me awake at night. They weren't compound eyes like you'd expect on an insect. They were enormous black orbs, glossy and reflective like polished obsidian, each taking up nearly half of its head, deep, endless pools that somehow conveyed intelligence, not animal intelligence, but something calculating, something aware. As it approached, the humming grew louder, and I realized the sound was coming from it. My body was frozen, not from fear, though I was terrified, but from something else, some force I couldn't explain. I couldn't move a single muscle, not even to blink or turn my head. The beetle thing circled me once, slowly, deliberately, always about 7 feet off the ground. Then it descended until it was exactly at eye level, perhaps 3 feet from my face. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Those black eyes seemed to dilate, expanding somehow without changing size. I felt examined, assessed, catalogued, like something was rifling through my brain, pulling out memories and thoughts and putting them back slightly out of order. I will never forget the cold, clinical curiosity I felt emanating from this thing. It wasn't malevolent, which almost made it worse. It viewed me with the detached interest a scientist might have for a particularly unusual bacterium under a microscope. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it darted away. Not flying exactly, but moving through space in a way that left blurry after-images in my vision. It disappeared back into the tree line, and the humming faded until silence returned. Then, like a switch had been flipped, normal Everglades sounds rushed back in. Birds, insects, the rustle of vegetation in the breeze. I collapsed onto the ground, my legs completely giving out. I was hyperventilating, covered in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I could see my shirt moving. I stayed there for maybe an hour, unable to move, unable to process what had happened. The logical part of my brain tried to find explanations. A hallucination from heat exhaustion? Some unknown effect from a plant I'd accidentally touched? A bizarre dream I'd had while somehow falling asleep sitting up? But I knew better. The experience had a crystalline clarity that hasn't faded even 2 months later. Eventually, I forced myself to drink some water and eat something, moving mechanically. I decided not to continue further into the wilderness, but also couldn't bring myself to start hiking back immediately. Some irrational part of me thought movement might attract its attention again. So I set up camp right there, hours earlier than planned, and spent the afternoon sitting completely still, scanning the trees and sky obsessively. That night in my hammock was the worst of my life. Every sound made me jerk awake. I maybe got an hour of actual sleep, broken into 10-minute segments of nervous exhaustion. And when I did sleep, I dreamed of those eyes, those horrible knowing eyes, growing larger and larger until they filled my entire field of vision, pulling me into their depths. I woke up gasping for air around 3 in the morning, convinced I could hear the humming again, faint but approaching. I didn't wait for dawn. I packed everything in record time, used my headlamp to illuminate the trail, and started hiking out. 6 grueling miles in the dark, moving at a pace that was almost dangerous, tripping over roots and nearly stepping on a water moccasin at one point. I reached my car just as the sun was coming up, threw my gear in the trunk, and drove away so fast I fishtailed on the gravel parking lot. I was home and in the shower by 9 that morning, scrubbing my skin until it was raw, as if I could somehow wash away the memory of being observed by that creature. For weeks afterward, I researched obsessively. I looked up every species of beetle in Florida, in North America, in the world. I read about experimental drones, about hallucinations caused by rare fungi, about mass hysteria and shared delusions, though I was alone. Nothing came close to explaining what I saw. I've always been a rational person. I have a degree in environmental science. I understand the natural world and its limitations, but what I encountered that day defied natural law. It shouldn't exist. It can't exist. And yet, I know with absolute certainty that it does. I haven't been hiking since. I haven't even gone to the park 2 blocks from my apartment. I've canceled a camping trip I had planned with friends for September, making up excuses about work deadlines. I've installed blackout curtains in my bedroom because I can't stand the thought of looking out at the night and seeing those eyes looking back. The worst part isn't the fear, though that's bad enough. It's the fundamental shift in how I see the world now. I used to find peace and comfort in nature, in wilderness. Now I sense something lurking behind the facade of the natural world, something conscious and unknowable that sees us, studies us, understands us in ways we cannot comprehend. Something that was there all along while I walked obliviously through the woods, feeling like I belonged. I don't belong. None of us do. We're just visitors being tolerated, maybe even studied, by things we can't begin to understand. I live in the city now. I've accepted a job that keeps me indoors. I find comfort in the artificial environment. Concrete, glass, steel. The only buzzing I hear comes from traffic and fluorescent lights. The only insects I see are ordinary household pests that I immediately kill. But sometimes, especially when I'm falling asleep, I feel that humming again, so faint it might be my imagination. And in that twilight between wakefulness and sleep, I swear I can see those glossy black orbs expanding, drawing closer, watching with that same detached, clinical interest. Whatever I encountered in the Everglades that day recognized me as a conscious being. And sometimes I think it's still watching, still studying, still waiting for something I can't understand. I just hope to God it decides to leave me alone.